Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is. So leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. I'm a fire investigator. I spent 15 years proving every haunted house was just bad wiring, until the night I watched my best friend get dragged into a burning hole full of skulls, and the fire tried to follow me home. That probably sounds like clickbait to you. I wish it was. Right now, it's a little after 2:30 in the morning. I'm sitting at a cheap wooden table in a one-bedroom apartment behind a Walmart, staring at this cracked laptop screen. There's a half-eaten gas station burrito sweating through the wrapper next to my elbow, and my turnout coat is hanging over the back of a chair, still stinking of smoke even though the fire I came from was 6 hours ago. The fridge keeps humming, then kicking off with that little click that normally you do not notice, until you are listening for every sound in the room because you are afraid of the ones you can't explain. For most of my career, I have been the guy they call when somebody swears their house is cursed, or the devil started a fire, or some ghost in the attic knocked over a candle. I'm the one who walks through the ashes, points to a frayed wire or a space heater too close to a curtain, and writes "accidental" on the report. I've told crying families, pastors, and small-town sheriffs, there's nothing supernatural here. Fire doesn't think. Fire doesn't choose. It just follows fuel and oxygen. I believed that. I needed to believe that. Then we got the call about the Ellis place. Big house at the end of a dead-end street. The kind of cul-de-sac where everybody drives European SUVs and hangs those little metal laugh love signs in their kitchens. Middle of winter. Sky orange with the glow. Snow on the lawns gone to dirty gray slush. I remember stepping out of the truck and smelling that mix of wet wood, burned plastic, and something else. Something that hit the back of my throat like overcooked pork. The firefighters were already packing hose. They had it knocked down. One of them met me at the tape, face still striped with soot, and said, "Basement's weird. You're gonna love this one." He tried to laugh when he said it, but his eyes didn't match. I went down those stairs expecting the same old story: overloaded outlet, bad dryer, maybe a space heater tipped over onto a pile of laundry. What I found was a concrete room that didn't exist on the blueprints, a metal arch welded into the floor, and an actual ring set into the concrete, filled with what I thought was melted plastic until I saw teeth shining out of it. Human teeth. A whole circle of fused, blackened bone. That was the start, the part I can't explain. The part that keeps me up at night and has me typing this out to a horror channel instead of to a therapist or a cop. Happened later, after I went back with my best friend. After we turned that frame back on. After I heard him scream while a burned arm that didn't belong to anything living wrapped around his throat and yanked him into a tunnel made of skulls. After I watched the fire behave like it was trying to hold something in, not burn it away. If you stick around for the rest of this story, you're going to hear about that night, about the secret room, about the way fire started showing up wherever I went afterward. You're going to hear why my smoke detector chirps at exactly 3:13 even when the battery is new, and why, when the guy reading this to you pauses to breathe, you might still hear another breath under his 1.1. Present now, the guy writing this to you. I'm writing this from a cheap little apartment behind a Walmart, the kind of place where the carpet was already stained before you moved in, and the walls are thin enough to hear your neighbor arguing about who finished the last beer. The clock over the stove says 2:37 The digital numbers glow this dull, sickly green that makes the whole kitchen feel like the inside of a hospital vending machine. The only light on is the one over the sink. It's one of those yellow bulbs that makes everything look a little more tired than it really is. My laptop is on the wobbly wooden table the complex calls included dining, and it rocks every time I bump my knee. There's a ring from someone else's coffee cup burned into the finish. My own coffee is sitting next to the keyboard in a gas station paper cup, cooling into that bitter layer of sludge on top. Behind me, the fridge is doing its usual song, that low brrr that you stop noticing after the first week of living alone. Every couple minutes, it ends with a small click that's just loud enough to make you think someone's touching the door. The ice maker in the freezer coughs every now and then, dropping a fresh cube into the bin with a hollow clatter. Cars hiss past on the highway out back, a long, steady shh of rubber on pavement that slides in through the single-pane window and the bent blinds, somewhere through the wall to my right. My neighbor's TV is still on. I can't make out the words, just the rise and fall of voices. Laughter that cuts out suddenly like somebody changed the channel mid-joke. It all blends into this background noise I've lived with for years. Usually it calms me down after a bad scene. Tonight it's just reminding me how alone I actually am in here. My name doesn't matter. What matters is, I've spent the last 15 years as a fire investigator for our county. I'm the one they call after the sirens stop and the last hose gets rolled up. When the news truck leaves and the family is standing in the yard, staring at what used to be their kitchen or their kids' bedrooms. I'm the guy in the hard hat and the dirty jeans, picking my way through the black skeleton of their house, trying to figure out why it died. I know every smell a fire can make. Melted plastic, cheap insulation, burning pine, oak, plywood, carpet, hair, cooked meat. You learn to tell the difference between steak somebody forgot on the grill and what's left when a human being doesn't make it out. I hate admitting this, but it's true. The smell of burned skin doesn't make me gag anymore. I just file it away with everything else. You do this job long enough. The three calls stop feeling like emergencies and start feeling like clockwork. Smoke in a trailer park, grease fire in a rental where somebody fell asleep drunk with oil on the stovetop, space heater too close to a pile of laundry, dryer vent clogged with 10 years of lint. Half the time, whatever burned down was just waiting for an excuse. I used to take a kind of pride in walking people through what happened. I was the one who could point to a blackened outlet and explain why their house wasn't cursed, or possessed, or targeted by Satan. That's a real thing. By the way, you'd be amazed how many pastors, how many little country sheriffs, don't want faulty wiring on the report. They want a story that matches whatever demon they already believe in. I'd stand in their living rooms, or what was left of them, and tell them what I told everyone: fire doesn't think. Fire doesn't choose. It just follows fuel and oxygen. I needed that to be true. I needed fire to be predictable, a set of patterns and physics I could read like a crime scene. It made the job bearable. It made the nightmares easier too, because if you can explain something, you can put a border around it in your head. Tonight, that border feels like it burned away with everything else. My fingers smell like latex and smoke as I type this. That weird, sour combination you get after wearing the same gloves through too many rooms. I was at a different scene earlier. Nothing to do with the story I'm about to tell you. But I carried the stink home anyway. It sunk into my skin, into the sleeves of my shirt, into the cheap particle board of this table. by the time the guy on whatever horror channel you're listening to is reading these words out loud. I've already lied to the police. I've lied to my department. I've lied to a dead man's wife while she stared at the black ribbon of smoke still curling out of what used to be their basement windows. I've checked boxes on official forms that I knew were wrong, and I've written the word accidental in places that should have said something else, something we don't have a line for. What I'm doing right now is not therapy. I'm not looking for forgiveness. You can't forgive me anyway. You weren't there when I made the choices I made, and you weren't there when I watched what came out of that fire. I'm doing this because I can't carry it by myself anymore. I keep stopping to listen, and I wish I would stop doing that. My hands hover over the keys, and I hold my breath just to see what else I can hear. The fridge hum, the highway, the neighbor's TV, the cheap clock by the stove ticking too loud for its size, and above all of it, every few minutes chirp. The smoke detector on my kitchen ceiling lets out this tiny, high-pitched squeak, like a bird stuck in the drywall. Just once, then silence. It did it yesterday. It did it last week. It's done it pretty much every night since the Ellis fire. I've already changed the battery, twice, on paper. I know what it means. Low power, faulty unit, whatever. I've written that into reports, dozens of times. In older houses, detectors fail. They get dusty. They corrode. They start chirping at their owners at 2 a.m. until someone yanks them off the ceiling and throws them in a drawer. It's different when you're the one sitting underneath it. The first time it happened, I was half asleep on the futon, and that little chirp yanked me straight back into the dark. The smell of wet ash rushed in with it. I could see the end of that cul-de-sac on the hill, the glow in the sky, the way the snow in that neighborhood turned black around the edges instead of melting clean. I could see the firefighters' faces when they came up from the basement, the way none of them wanted to be the one to try and describe what they'd seen on the concrete wall. Now, every time that detector chirps, my muscles tighten like I'm about to walk into another ruined basement. I catch myself looking at the ceiling, as if I expect something else to be up there. Like maybe this time, when I stand on the chair and twist the thing off its bracket, the plastic will be hot, and I'll smell something more than dust and plastic. I haven't taken it down. I don't know if that's because I'm afraid it really is just broken, or because I'm more afraid it isn't. If you're listening to this in your car, or lying in bed staring at your own smoke detector, or half doing dishes in your kitchen with this video playing on your phone, none of that probably means much yet. Right now, I'm just a tired county fire guy in a crappy apartment, rambling at you about his job and a beeping piece of plastic on his ceiling. So let me give you the part that matters. I used to think fire was the enemy. For 15 years, I treated it like a criminal I could profile, unreliable, destructive, but ultimately dumb. That night, in that house on the hill at the end of the cul-de-sac, I found a room that wasn't supposed to exist, and something inside it that had been held back with bone and heat and a physicist's desperation. And I realized fire was the only thing trying to keep something worse locked away. 1.2. Call out driving into the fire. The Ellis fire started, for me, like 100 other bad nights. My phone started buzzing on the counter first, that angry little vibration against fake wood. A second later, the old pager they still made us carry went off too, because our county does not trust modern technology to screw us only once. The sound yanked me up off the futon before I was even fully awake. I remember the way the numbers looked when I blinked the sleep out of my eyes. 158, On the cheap digital clock, red segments bleeding into each other. The pager screen showed the address, the code for working structure fire, and then, almost as an afterthought, the line that would keep echoing later, single fatality confirmed. I shrugged into the same jeans I'd left crumpled on the chair, pulled on my boots without bothering with socks, and grabbed my coat from the hook. The fabric was already stiff with old smoke. It hit me in the face when I swung it on, and for a second, I smelled every other fire I'd walked into in the last month. The cold outside woke me up the rest of the way. The air had that thin, knife-edge feel you only get a couple hours before dawn in winter, when the wind cuts straight through the parking lot and every breath feels like it's sanding the inside of your throat. My truck was sitting under a flickering security light, dusted with a thin crust of dirty snow. When I opened the door, the interior gave off its usual cocktail of stale coffee, fast food wrappers, and the faint chemical stink of extinguishing agents that never really goes away. I started the engine. The dashboard lights came up dim and tired. I flipped the heater on full blast and listened to it cough before finally pushing out air that was just slightly less cold than outside. The radio was on some classic rock station by default, but when I hit the power button, the music didn't come back, just a smear of static, like someone dragging sandpaper over my eardrum. I punched the tuning button once, static, twice, static, with a whisper of a voice underneath that could have been a late-night DJ, or could have been my brain trying to fill in the noise. I turned the volume down until it was just a faint hiss and pulled out of the lot. The road up to the Ellis place climbed away from town, up one of those hills where developers play God and carve out a neat little circle of wealth overlooking everybody else's problems. Both sides of the highway were lined with snowbanks gone gray from exhaust. Long yellow streetlights threw sickly sodium pools on the asphalt, turning everything this strange, flat color that made distance hard to judge. It was quiet, too quiet for the way my pager had screamed. No other cars on the road, just me and the faint flicker of red way up ahead reflecting off low cloud. That's the part that always gets me the glow. You can be miles away and still see it pulsing against the clouds, this dull orange heartbeat in the sky. People talk about fire like it's alive, and in that moment it's hard to argue. As I drove, the address rolled around in my head. I knew the street, big houses, doctors, lawyers, one guy who'd sued the county twice over zoning laws. The Ellis place was at the very end of the cul-de-sac. The last house before the hill dropped off into dark, then woods, then nothing until the next town over. I turned off the main drag and started up the hill, tires crunching over frozen slush. The glow got brighter with every bend. By the time I reached the subdivision sign, a carved wooden thing with a fake stone base and some inspirational name like Maple Heights, even though there was not a single maple on the entire street, the air already smelled different. There's a point where you go from cold night air to smoke, and your brain clocks it before you consciously do. My nose picked up charred wood first, that campfire scent that would almost be pleasant if it weren't for the undercurrent of melted plastic. Then came the bite of burned insulation, that acrid chemical taste at the back of the tongue. Then something heavier, salty sweet, like pork left too long on a grill and then soaked in dirty water. By the time I rolled to the top of the hill, my eyes were stinging. They had half the department up there. Fire trucks lined the curve of the cul-de-sac, red and white strobes painting everything in nauseating flashes. The big engines loomed like metal animals with their mouths open, hose lines running down their sides and across the street. The lights scanned over a row of SUVs and luxury sedans parked along the curb, making their polished surfaces stutter between blood red and sickly white. A crowd of neighbors huddled together on the frozen grass across from the burning house. People in robes and pajama pants, bare ankles shoved into flip-flops or Crocs, arms wrapped tight around themselves for warmth, faces still soft with sleep, eyes wide and shiny. Some of them were crying. Most just stared. There's a look people get when they're close enough to feel the heat, but not close enough to do anything about it, like they're watching the movie of their own lives catch fire, and they can't find the remote. The Ellis house itself was a black shape outlined in flicker. Most of the visible flames were gone by then, knocked down by the first crews on scene. But you could see the fire still working inside through the broken windows, little orange tongues licking up and vanishing. Steam and smoke boiled out of the eaves, thick and white under the floodlights, making the whole structure look like it was breathing. I parked behind a rescue unit, clipped my ID badge to my collar more out of habit than necessity, and stepped out into the chaos. The wind knifed through my coat instantly, and for a second, the heat from the house felt good. Radios popped and hissed all around me, a jumble of numbers and codes that I understood the way other people probably understand sports commentary. On copy. Engine 2. Primary clear on the first floor. Watch that east wall. We've got some compromise on that corner. Utilities confirmed off. Repeat, gas is shut down. Firefighters moved past me in heavy, wet gear, masks dangling, helmets streaked with soot and foam. Their boots sloshed on the street, on the icy puddles where thousands of gallons of water had met winter air and turned to dirty slush. "Hey, Marshall," someone called. "You pick a fine night for a stroll." I turned to see Chief Harmon coming toward me. He looked older under the harsh lights, deep grooves of ash and sweat carved down his face. His turnout coat hung open, revealing a t-shirt soaked dark at the collar. "Where we at?" I asked. He jerked his thumb toward the smoking carcass of the house. "Mostly out. Some hot spots in the basement. You'll want to start down there. That's where it blew. Any word on occupants?" He wiped a gloved hand across his forehead, leaving a clean streak in the soot. "One fatality we know of. Homeowner. Dr. Raymond Ellis. Wife and kids are out of town. Thank God. Neighbor says he saw the first smoke coming from the lower windows. By the time we got here, he was already gone. Already gone, how I asked, because that matters in my line of work." Harmon hesitated just long enough for me to notice. They pulled him out of the basement stairwell. Or parts of him. Coroner's not gonna have a fun morning. Rest of the place was empty. No pets, no guests. Behind him, somebody cursed as a charged hose line slipped on the ice. A portable pump chugged on the lawn, spitting out a steady stream of water into the gutter. The air was full of drips and hisses, the sound of a house cooling off after being as close to hell as it was ever going to get. I nodded toward the front door. What was left of it? "You mind if I take a look? See if we can get a head start on origin, be my guest," Harmon said, then leaned in a little closer. His voice dropped. "Hey, when you get down there..." He paused, searching for a word that didn't make him sound superstitious. "Check the far wall. My guys are a little freaked out." Freaked out how he gave a short, humorless laugh. "You should see the shadows on the wall down there. I've never seen anything like it. Man. Fire guys talk in exaggerations all the time. I've heard never seen anything like it about everything from a dog that somehow survived an attic flashover to a kitchen where the only thing that didn't burn was a Bible on a shelf. Most of it is just how they cope. But something in the way Harmon said it stuck under my skin. Maybe it was the way he kept his eyes on my face instead of glancing back at the house. Like he didn't want to look at it again if he didn't have to. "I'll check it out," I said. On the way up the walk, I passed close to the crowd. A woman in a pink bathrobe clutched a blanket around her shoulders. Eyes red, nose running from the cold. She looked at me like I might have answers already. Like the badge on my chest meant I could rewind time and unburn her neighbor's house. I kept my gaze straight ahead. If you make eye contact too soon, people start asking questions you can't answer. Inside the shell of the Ellis place, the world narrowed. The noise of the trucks and the crying and the low conversations dropped away, swallowed by the wet, close air of a recently fought fire. My boots stuck and peeled with every step on the soaked hardwood. Broken glass and debris crunched underneath. Pockets of heat brushed my face as I moved past smoldering drapes and blackened furniture. Somewhere overhead, water dripped steadily through what used to be a ceiling. I found the basement door at the back of the hall. The frame was charred, the door itself hanging half off its hinges, swollen by steam and then burned in jagged patches. The first few steps were visible, the rest swallowed by darkness below. It was colder here. The heat that lingered in the upper rooms didn't seem to reach this far down. Instead, a draft of air rose past me, smelling of wet concrete and something older, like a basement that had never seen sunlight in 50 years. I clicked my flashlight on and watched the beam cut into the black. Somewhere below, water was still dripping. Each drop hit wood or stone with a slow, hollow plunk, 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 plunk. It didn't sound like water anymore. It sounded like a clock, counting off seconds nobody wanted. I wrapped my hand around the rail. The wood was slick and cold under my glove. I'd walked into more burned-out basements than I could count. Furnace failures, electrical shorts, teenagers hiding in laundry rooms sneaking cigarettes. I used to think I knew every way a house could die. I took the first step down, then another, my flashlight beam shivering slightly on the charred walls. What I saw in that basement that night didn't look like what fire leaves behind when it's done. It looked like something trying to claw its way out. 1.3. The secret room and the bone ring. The deeper I went, the more the house stopped feeling like a house and started feeling like a shell. Halfway down the stairs, my flashlight beam caught the underside of the main floor joists, blackened and cracked, strips of insulation hanging down like burned cobwebs. The ceiling over my head was stained brown and gray, smoke creeping into every pore of the wood. Water from the hoses had run down the walls in thick black streams, leaving vertical streaks that looked disturbingly like dried blood. The air was wrong down there. Upstairs, the heat still clung to everything. This damp, suffocating warmth. In the basement, it had settled into something else, humid and cold at the same time. Like walking into a cave where a bonfire had gone out hours ago. Every breath tasted like wet concrete and old pennies. My boots hit the basement floor with a hollow thunk. There was standing water in places, shallow puddles that rippled when I stepped, reflecting my beam in warped, shaky patches of light. Somewhere off to my left, out of sight, a steady drip, 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 ticked on, patient as a metronome. I swept the flashlight in a slow arc, the way they drilled into us. Nothing fancy at first, a furnace crouched in one corner, dented but mostly intact. A tangled heap of ductwork collapsed on top of a laundry area. The half-melted shape of a washer and dryer, plastic knobs sagging, storage shelves with cardboard boxes slumped in on themselves, labels washed to gray sludge. On any other scene, that's what I would have been looking at. That's where fires usually start down here. Electrical panels, dryers, space heaters hidden under piles of junk. But the patterns on the walls didn't match any of that. You learn to read fire the way some people read faces. Heat leaves a kind of handwriting behind V-shaped char marks that point toward the origin, clean burn lines where hot gases rolled across a ceiling. The way glass crazes or cracks. Here, the soot and blistered paint on the walls didn't angle toward the furnace, or the appliances, or any of the usual suspects. Everything pointed toward the far side of the basement. One wall, dead center. I walked toward it, the water sloshing around my ankles. My beam slid over blackened drywall, then over something else. Concrete. But not like the rest. This section looked newer, smoother, and then shattered. A ragged opening gaped in the wall, about the width of a heavy door. The edges of the concrete around it were fractured outward, like something had pushed from the other side. Embedded in the broken chunks were the twisted remains of metal hinges. I realized, once thick and solid, now warped and charred. Nobody builds a steel door in a basement wall for fun. You do that if you're trying to keep something out, or keep something in. I stepped closer, raised the flashlight, and realized I was looking into a room I hadn't seen on any of the plans they'd emailed me earlier that night. Every house in this county has paperwork, renovations, permits, additions. I'd skimmed the Ellis file in my truck before I came inside. 3 bedrooms, home office, finished basement with laundry and storage, no safe room, no lab, no extra concrete chamber hidden behind a wall. But there it was. The hidden room was about the size of a 1-car garage, maybe a little smaller. The paint on the walls had bubbled and peeled in long, curling strips, exposing smooth gray underneath. Water ran down in thin black rivulets, tracing paths through soot. The concrete floor was spiderwebbed with fine cracks radiating from the center of the room, as if something heavy had slammed down there more than once. In the middle of it all stood the frame. At first glance, it looked like the kind of industrial arch you might see over a loading dock, 2 heavy uprights of steel planted into the floor, curving together into a tall, almost perfect half-circle. It reached nearly to the ceiling. The metal was scorched and blistered. The paint burned off in patches to reveal raw steel that had blued and then gone dull under the heat. In some places it had softened and sagged, drooping like wax. But somehow the whole thing still held its shape. It didn't belong in a house. Bolted into the floor beneath the arch was a shallow channel cut into the concrete, a ring that traced a full circle about 6 feet across. My light slid over it and came back, drawn by the texture of whatever filled that groove. It wasn't smooth like poured epoxy, and it wasn't rough like bare cement. It looked lumpy, glossy, black with patches of sickly off-white. I took a few steps closer before my brain caught up with what my eyes were telling it. Up close, the smell hit me first. Not the familiar burned insulation or plastic, but a denser, greasier reek, the kind that clings to the back of your tongue. Most people never smell it in their lives if they're lucky. I smelled it almost every month, but never like this. Not concentrated, not arranged. I knelt, the knees of my jeans soaking through, and leaned in with the beam. It wasn't plastic in that ring. It wasn't tar. It was bone. Not whole pieces. Not skeletons laid down like some Halloween prop. This was bone that had been broken and burned and fused together. Shards and chunks, their edges smoothed by heat, sunk into the concrete like they'd been poured in while everything was still wet. The black sheen came from char and fat underneath, where the light caught just right. I could see the off-white curve of cortical bone. I picked out a jaw fragment first. The curve unmistakable even without its partner. Teeth had cracked and exploded in the heat, but a few remained, jammed into the cement. Enamel darkened to a dull, obscene brown. A vertebra lay half exposed, its spinous process jutting up through the matrix, like something trying to push its way out of cement. A piece of parietal bone, the gentle dome of it, fit against another chunk in a way that made my scalp prickle. Whoever or whatever had filled this circle hadn't just dumped a body in there. They'd used parts, many of them. My beam slid further and then stopped dead, set into the ring, directly facing the doorway where I was kneeling. Was half a skull, not an idle shard, not some random break. It was a near-perfect hemisphere, burned black on one side, bone showing through on the other. The orbit on that side was mostly intact, a hollow cup of shadow. The maxilla and some of the teeth survived too, crooked and dark, but still white enough to show. The jaw was frozen open. In the harsh circle of my flashlight, it looked like it was laughing at me. For a second, I forgot how to breathe. The rest of the basement, the dripping, the stink, the distant groan of the house cooling, everything went away. It was just me and that half face staring up, stuck forever in this unnatural ring, oriented so that anyone who walked through the doorway would meet its empty eye. I had a stupid thought then, the kind your brain throws out when it's trying not to show you the real one. He put it that way on purpose, like arranging furniture, like the skull was a doorbell. I forced myself to stand, to drag my eyes up and off the floor. That's when I saw the walls. At first, I thought it was just normal burn pattern. The far wall, directly behind the arch, was darker than the others. Paint and soot cooked into a single matte black sheet. But as I moved the light, outlines began to separate from the chaos. Two silhouettes, side by side, burned into the concrete. You've seen the photographs from Hiroshima. Maybe those ghostly human shapes left where bodies shielded the stone for a fraction of a second. Burned in by a flash apocalyptic enough to erase flesh, but not its shadow. This was like that, only wrong. The people on the wall were the height of adults. You could see where their heads were, their shoulders, the line of arms hanging down. But the proportions were twisted. The arms seemed too long. The hands reached lower than any normal person's would, fingers tapering out into something that looked more like claws. And the heads weren't right. Each one extended backward, a long, dark plume behind the skull, like an extra length of bone or a tail sprouting from the back of the cranium. Not hair, not smoke. The burn was deepest there, like that part had soaked up more heat than anything else in the room. I realized my hand was shaking. The flashlight jittered over the wall, making the shadows seem to twitch, shadows on the wall. Harmon had said, "Never seen anything like it." He was right. I hadn't either. I swallowed hard and tore my eyes away, forcing myself into the familiar motions of the job. Document, observe, collect. If I could name things, maybe I could keep them from crawling under my skin. In the corner of the hidden room, half buried under chunks of busted concrete and plaster, something brown caught the edge of my beam. Not burned black like everything else, just darkened and cracked. I picked my way over, boots skidding on grit, and reached down. My glove brushed leather. It was a book, or what was left of one. A leather-bound notebook, the cover split and blistered where flame had eaten it. The outer edges of the pages were curled and blackened, many fused together solid. But when I pried it open carefully, a few sheets near the center separated with a dry, papery crackle. Most of the ink was gone, where the fire hadn't eaten the paper. Water had smudged words into blurry lines. But in the middle of one page, a sentence had survived almost untouched. The letters warped but legible in my flashlight's glare. Fire buys time. Not a weapon. A wall. On the next page, just 3 words remained. Circled twice so hard the pen had nearly torn through the skulls sing, and below that, as if the hand had grown more desperate when it's close. On the last readable fragment, at the very top of a page that crumbled away beneath my thumb, there was one line: "If breach occurs, burn everything, especially me." I stood there for a long moment, the notebook open in my hands, water dripping somewhere behind me, the half-skull grinning up from the ring at my feet. Burn everything, especially me. The fire here hadn't started in a kitchen, or in a furnace, or in a pile of junk next to an outlet. It had started in this room, in this circle, around this frame. Like a last resort, I closed the notebook and tucked it carefully inside my coat. It felt heavier than it should, like the words inside it were made of lead instead of ink. On my way back toward the stairwell, I did one more slow scan of the ceiling, the way habit demanded. That's when I noticed the bare wires dangling down above the doorway, ends curled and blackened. There was a round outline on the charred plaster cleaner than the rest, like something had once been mounted there and then ripped away. A smoke detector, the same cheap brand they installed in half the houses in this county. Only this one was gone, not melted, not dropped to the floor, removed. Someone had climbed down here, stood in this hallway outside a hidden room lined with bone, and deliberately taken the alarm down before the fire ever started. They'd made sure nothing would scream until the flames had done what they were supposed to do. That was the first time it really hit me. Somebody might have started this fire on purpose, not to hide a crime, not for insurance, not out of anger or stupidity, but to bury something worse under the ashes. 2.1 Back home with the fire on my clothes. By the time I pulled back into the apartment lot, the sky over town was a flat, colorless gray. Not sunrise yet, but that hour right before it when everything looks washed out and empty, like someone turned the contrast down on the world. The security lights over the parking spaces hummed and flickered, throwing pale cones over rows of tired cars and one lonely shopping cart somebody had abandoned by the dumpster. My truck's engine ticked as it cooled, little metallic pings fading into the cold air. I sat there for a minute with my hands on the steering wheel, fingers locked so tight my knuckles ached. When I finally peeled them off, the deep grooves the leather had left in my palms were lined with black. Ash does that. It finds every little line in your skin and makes it look older than it is. The elevator in my building is technically out of order, which in this complex means you can ride it if you hate yourself enough. I took the stairs. Each step up smelled faintly of stale weed and someone's dinner from hours ago. I could feel the weight of the notebook inside my coat. Pressed against my ribs, a small, solid rectangle of stolen evidence and burned leather. At my door. I wiped my boots on the mat out of habit. The snow on them had melted and refrozen during the drive, leaving gray slush mixed with a crust of salt. By the time I got inside, the mat was stained a darker color, a faint outline of wet prints that would dry into something like soot. The apartment greeted me the way it always does, with silence, and then the slow recognition of its small, familiar sounds. The thunk of the door closing, the soft hiss of the weather stripping ceiling, the fridge on the far wall humming like it had been waiting for me to give it permission to start. The blower fan in the HVAC closet cycling on with a low whoomph. Air rushing through vents that rattled just enough to be noticeable. It isn't much, this place. One main room that tries to be a kitchen, a dining room and a living room all at once. Then a short hallway to a bathroom and a bedroom that's mostly taken up by a mattress on the floor. The carpet in the living area used to be beige. Now it's that uncertain gray everything gets when too many other people's spills soak into it over the years. I shrugged off my coat and, for a second, thought about hanging it back on the hook by the door like I always do. Then I caught the smell of it, a heavy, greasy layer of Ellis's basement baked into the fabric on top of all the other fires it had soaked up. I changed my mind and slung it over the back of a chair instead. The chair creaked under the sudden weight. 3 legs planted solid, and the 4th wobbling just enough to remind me it was one bad lean away from giving up. The coat sagged, still damp in places, and a small cloud of fine black dust shook loose, drifting lazily to the floor. I kicked my boots off and left them by the door, toes pointing outward like I'd walked out of them mid-stride. For a second, I just stood there in my socks on the cold floor, listening. Fridge, HVAC, the quiet tick of the cheap clock over the stove. Nothing else. The basement came back all at once when I closed my eyes, the hidden room. The metal arch, the bone ring fused into concrete. That half skull smiling up at me like it had been arranged for an audience. The 2 burned silhouettes on the far wall with their stretched arms and wrong, elongated heads. The words in the notebook, the ones that had survived the fire like they wanted to. Fire buys time, not a weapon. A wall. My stomach turned. I felt the urge to shower, to scrub the smell off my skin until it was raw, as if I could wash the images out that way too. Instead, I walked to the little table by the kitchen and set the notebook down next to my laptop. The table rocked when I took my hand away. The notebook slid a half inch, then stopped, leaving a faint streak of ash on the fake wood veneer. It looked small and harmless lying there, like any other old journal someone might have picked up at a yard sale. I knew better. I dropped into the chair opposite it and dragged the laptop closer. The plastic casing was scratched and shiny where my wrists rested when I typed. The letters on the most used keys half worn away. This machine has seen a lot of reports, a lot of fires. It's also seen plenty of nights where I sat here with a beer or bad coffee, importing photos and writing up narratives with some video playing in a second tab just to fill the silence. That's the thing about going from a screaming fire ground to a quiet apartment. The quiet feels wrong. Your brain is still tuned to sirens and shouted commands and the thump of boots on wet floors. It doesn't know what to do with the gentle hum of a fridge. So I started listening to stories. There are channels online where people send in the worst nights of their lives, and some calm voice reads them out over soft music, or static, or rain. True crime. Weird disappearances. This happened to me. Horror. Strange. Dark. and mysterious, as one of them likes to say. I've fallen asleep more times than I can count, with some stranger's nightmare playing through my speakers, my brain using their terror as a buffer between me and my own. After a while, you stop noticing how messed up that is. On most nights, that's exactly what I would have done. I would have come home from Ellis's burned-out house, kicked my boots off, loaded my photos, and clicked on one of those videos. Let someone else talk about whatever thing had ruined them, while I uploaded JPEGs of someone's kitchen turned to charcoal. White noise with body counts. Tonight, my fingers hovered over the keyboard and then moved away. I'd had enough voices for one night. I flipped the laptop open. The screen blinked awake, washing my tired face in cold blue. For a second, my reflection floated over the desktop, eyes red and bloodshot. Ash smudged along one side of my neck where I'd wiped at it without looking. Then the icons appeared. Neat little rows trying their best to make my life look organized. I pulled the memory card from the camera still clipped to my belt, felt the tiny grooves in the plastic against my thumb. It was dusted with a fine layer of gray. When I blew on it, a cloud of ash puffed into the air and spiraled down onto the table, settling near the notebook like it belonged there. I slid the card into the laptop's reader. The machine made its usual cheerful chime, a bright, innocent ding that felt completely wrong in the quiet room. It was the kind of sound you're supposed to associate with vacation photos or a kid's birthday party, not images of a house that died in the middle of the night. Every tiny noise seemed louder than it should. From the apartment next door, a television flickered to life. The wall between us isn't thick. The studs might as well be hollow bones for how well they carry sound. I heard a too happy announcer's voice pitching some miracle blender or diet plan, the cadence bouncing up and down in that strange late-night infomercial rhythm. Then came the canned laughter. It spilled through the wall in bursts, sharp and tinny, like someone had recorded an audience and then played it back 10,000 times until all the warmth got sanded off, leaving only the bare edges of the sound. The punchline, whatever it was, didn't make it through. Just the response. Wave after wave of laughter at jokes I couldn't hear, or didn't want to. The HVAC cut off with a soft thump. The fan's rush faded, leaving the higher, more insistent whine of the laptop's cooling system in its place. For a moment, it felt like all the air in the apartment inhaled and held it, waiting to see what I would do next. I stared at the screen, at the little window that had popped up, politely asking what I wanted to do with the new device I'd just inserted. My finger hovered over the touchpad. Upstairs. A pipe somewhere in the building clanged once, echoing down through the walls like a distant footstep. I told myself to breathe, to stop jumping at nothing, to stop imagining that the house on the hill had followed me back down here, clinging to my clothes, riding home in the folds of my coat and the pores of my skin. I told myself this was just another night, just another fire, just another stack of photographs I'd catalog and then forget. And then, trying not to think about the bone set into the concrete ring or the words burned into the notebook at my elbow, I clicked Open Folder to view files. 2.2. The skull in the JPG. The folder opened like it always does, a grid of little thumbnails marching across the screen, each one a frozen, miniature piece of the night. At first, it was almost comforting. I know that sounds strange, but there's a ritual to this part that usually calms me down. Click. Arrow key. Click. Living room, hallway, kitchen, the same sequence in 100 different houses, all dressed up in different furniture. The first shots were wide angles of the exterior, the Ellis house under floodlights, steam boiling off the roof, firefighters hauling hose lines. I flipped through them, checking framing, exposure, making mental notes, front elevation, side A, side B, garage. All the pieces I'd need later when I wrote the official narrative. I moved into the interior set. The living room came first, couch skeleton burned down to springs. TV, a melted rectangle on the wall. Coffee table half collapsed. Soot smeared the walls in familiar patterns. Higher near the windows, lower toward the floor where the smoke had banked. I tapped the arrow key, next the kitchen. Cabinets blackened and hanging open like broken jaws. Refrigerator with its plastic handles drooped and sagged. I marked the direction of the worst damage without even thinking about it. Fire had rolled off the ceiling here, surfed on hot gases toward the hallway. I could see the clean angle where the heat line broke, where the hottest layer met the cooler air. Stairs shot, landing, a charred handrail. The slats burned away in places. More notes in my head, direction of travel, possible accelerant patterns, maybe, or just airflow. I could have done this part in my sleep. Some nights I probably did. Then the basement. The first few photos down there were what you'd expect. Laundry area, furnace. The ordinary corners most people never think about until they're standing outside watching them burn. My lens had caught the general scene, the ruined appliances, the puddles, the sagging ducts. As I clicked along, the hidden room began to appear in slices. First, the broken opening in the wall, then a wider frame, the arch and the fractured floor visible together. I slowed down. One shot showed the metal frame dead center, my flashlight beam flaring off one side of it, making the steel look slick and wet. The ring in the floor was visible as a dark circle, the bone inside it gleaming faintly. Behind it, the twin shadows on the wall seemed to float in the smoke like two figures in a crowd. My eyes went to the corners, first habit. I checked for hot spots, for signs of deeper charring, for clues about how the heat had moved through the room. I told myself that's why I zoomed in. I tapped into the viewer, scrolled the mouse wheel forward, and the image filled the screen. The frame grew, the groove in the concrete growing with it. Details sharpened the jagged edges of the broken wall, the spiderweb cracks in the floor, the warped bolts anchoring the arch. I dragged the cursor down and magnified the ring itself. At this level, I could see everything. The bone wasn't just there anymore, it was specific. Pieces of jaw with their sockets scorched but still recognizable. Teeth jammed into the concrete like someone had hammered them in. Vertebrae with their little nubs of process jutting up. Long, thin bones, metacarpals or metatarsals, maybe curved into the mass like someone had woven fingers through the cement. It really did look like a dish. The kind of horrible platter you'd see at a pig roast if the host had lost their mind and served it in a circle on the floor. A stupid thought flickered across my brain. Somebody took a lot of time to arrange that. My stomach clenched. I felt sweat start to bead under my shirt. Cold and clammy despite the winter air seeping through the window glass. I zoomed in further, just to force my brain into the role it knew: analysis, classification, distance. And then something in the top left corner of the image caught my eye. Inside the arch. Not the ring, not the floor, the space. There was something there. Not a clear shape, just a shadow darker than the rest, smudged in the smoke between the uprights. At this magnification, it could have been a trick of soot, a smear on the lens, beam reflection. I'd seen plenty of weird artifacts pop up when water vapor and flashlight beams collaborated. Still, my fingers went to the controls. I dragged a selection box around the darker area and hit the key combo so ingrained in my muscles I didn't even have to think about it. Increase brightness, boost contrast, sharpen edges. The screen hiccuped, adjusted, and the murk clarified. For a second, my brain refused to understand what it was looking at. It threw out a handful of safer possibilities. Smoke, a burned duct, a reflection. They hovered there like excuses. Then everything clicked into place, and there was nothing left but the shape. It was a skull, not a normal one. Not like the broken halves embedded in the ring. This one was elongated. The cranium stretched backward in a way that made my head hurt just to look at it. The forehead was smooth and round, too smooth. Like skin stretched taut over bone and then polished. There was no hair, no texture to break up the surface. Just this slick, wet-looking expanse catching the halo of my flashlight. The eye sockets were wrong too. They were too deep, too wide. Twin wells of black that seemed to swallow the adjusted light. And yet, in the center of each, there was a pinpoint. Two tiny white flecks, dead set where pupils should have been. Like reflections, like the way light from a window behind you will twin itself in the eyes of someone sitting across the table. The mouth was open. At first I thought that was just another break in the image, some distortion. But as I stared, I saw teeth, rows of them. Not just the usual human count. This looked like two sets stacked, an inner and an outer ring, each tooth sharp and slightly too long, overlapping like a shark's. The smoke around it blurred the edges, making it hard to tell where it ended and the darkness began. But the overall impression was clear. Something with a head and teeth was looking out through the frame, caught in the act of leaning forward. I told myself it was pareidolia, that thing your brain does where it finds faces in trees, animals in clouds, saints in toast. People who stare at burned surfaces long enough see all kinds of things, except those two bright points in the eye sockets. They didn't blur when I shifted the angle. They didn't smear when I nudged the brightness up another notch. They stayed fixed, two tiny white dots in all that black. I leaned closer to the screen without meaning to. My nose was a few inches from the glass, breath fogging the bottom edge. Every hair on my arms stood up. And then, in the span of a heartbeat, those two spots of light moved, just a fraction of an inch. Not enough to really track, just enough to register as motion. Like they dipped in unison and came back up, like a blink. My chair screeched backwards as I recoiled, hitting the wall behind me so hard the picture frame hanging there, some generic landscape that came with the place, knocked against the drywall with a hollow clack. My heart rammed against my ribs. For a second, my vision tunneled, the room shrinking to the size of the laptop screen and that thing staring out at me. I forced myself to look again. The image hadn't changed. The elongated skull was still there in the smoke, the mouth still open, the double row of teeth still frozen in that impossible grin. The eye sockets were still deep pits of black with two pinpricks of light, exactly where they had been. No movement, no animation, just pixels on a screen. My pulse didn't get that memo. It pounded in my ears like someone was kicking the inside of my skull. Glitch, I muttered, though my throat was so dry the word barely came out. JPEG artifact. Just static. Just nothing. I moved the cursor to the little trash can icon and dragged the image over. The computer asked me if I was sure I wanted to delete the file. The affirmation sat there in the box, yes or no, like a dare. My finger clicked. Yes. The skull vanished. The file name winked out of the list on the side of the viewer. The space it had occupied in the ribbon of thumbnails collapsed, the surrounding images sliding together to fill the gap. I sat there, breathing too hard, staring at row after row of tiny rectangles. Hallway, kitchen, living room, basement entrance, the broken wall. I told myself to keep going, to finish the job. I arrow-keyed to the next picture, another angle of the secret room. This time from further back, the arch, the ring, the shadows on the wall. No faces in the smoke this time. Or if there were, I refused to go looking. I tabbed back to the general folder view, intending to scroll straight to the top and start renaming the files. That's when I saw it. At the bottom of the list, below the last numbered image from the set, a new file name had appeared. It was slightly out of alignment with the others, like it had been added just a heartbeat after the rest. ELLIS_GATE_0001.jpg. I hadn't named anything that. The camera auto-labels my shots with dates and sequential numbers. Nothing poetic, nothing specific. I hadn't run any bulk renames yet. There was no reason for that title to exist. A cold trickle ran down my back, sweat going icy as it reached my waistband. For a moment, I just stared at the name, hoping I was misreading it, that it was just another standard image with an unfortunate coincidence of letters and numbers. Then my hand moved on its own, double-clicking. The photo opened. It was the same frame, the metal arch, the ring of fused bone, the burned silhouettes on the wall, the angle, the composition, the grain, everything identical to the shot I had just deleted. My eyes went straight to the center of the arch. The skull was there, elongated head, smooth, wet-looking forehead, double rows of teeth. The smoke giving it edges that didn't quite belong to this world. But the eyes were what made my breath catch. Those two pinpricks of white were no longer where they had been. They weren't centered in the sockets anymore. They were slightly lower, slightly closer together, positioned as if whatever was on the other side of that frame had leaned in toward the camera. It was looking directly into the lens now, directly at me. The room felt suddenly too small, the air too thin. I slammed the laptop shut with a force that rattled the table, the sound echoing through the apartment like a gunshot. The screen went black, severing that impossible gaze. For several seconds, I just stood there, palms flat on the cool plastic shell, heart banging against my ribs, listening to the blood rush in my ears. The fridge hummed obligingly behind me. The neighbor's infomercial audience laughed uproariously at something through the wall. The sound warped and thin. Glitch, I said again, louder this time, as if volume could make it true. Corrupted file, ghost in the machine, whatever. I pushed my chair back and got up, legs a little unsteady. I walked a lap around the apartment, past the sink full of dishes I hadn't done, past the couch I rarely sat on, down the tiny hallway to the bathroom, where the fluorescent light over the mirror showed me a face smeared with gray and a pair of eyes that looked like they'd forgotten how to sleep. I turned the light off again. On the way back to the table, I didn't look at the closed laptop. I pretended it was just another dead appliance in a burned-out house. Something for the report, but not for tonight. Glitch, I told myself, one more time, as if repetition could sand down the sharp edges of what I'd seen. I knew enough about computers to know data gets corrupted sometimes. Files hiccup. Cameras catch weird reflections. Smoke plays tricks. Brains do too. And yet, no matter how many times I repeated the word, I couldn't shake the feeling that something in that ruined basement had seen my flash, seen my camera, and just for a heartbeat looked back. 2.3. The email from the dead physicist's sleep wasn't even on the table that night. I gave up pretending after about 20 minutes. I lay there on the futon in the bedroom with the lights off, clothes still on, staring straight up at the ceiling while my brain replayed the day in a loop. Stairs, broken wall, secret room, bone ring. That impossible skull in the frame, and the way those tiny white points in its eyes seemed to twitch. The room was so dark that the only thing I could really see was the glow from the smoke detector above my head. Most people never look directly at those things unless they're chirping. I'd been looking at this one a lot more lately, in the darkness. The little LED on its face pulsed a soft green every few seconds, steady as a heartbeat. A tiny blink, then nothing, then blink again. The circle of plastic around it was just a slightly darker shape in the ceiling texture, like a lid screwed over something you hoped would never need to open. I found myself timing my breathing to the flashes. Inhale, green blink. Exhale, nothing. Inhale, blink. The apartment was mostly quiet. The fridge in the other room had cycled off. The HVAC sounded distant, a faint wind moving through unseen ducts. My neighbor's TV, finally silenced, had given way to the occasional creak of the building shifting as the outside temperature dropped. If I closed my eyes, the quiet turned to something else. The hidden room rose up behind my eyelids, the frame, the curve of the ring, the half skull grinning, the burned silhouettes on the wall. The notebook's words seemed burned into the inside of my skull now instead of the page. Fire buys time, not a weapon, a wall. I kept seeing another line that wasn't written anywhere. You don't have enough of it. Somewhere between one green blink and the next. My phone buzzed on the floor beside the futon, not the shrill ring of a call, just that short, dull vibration that means you've got mail. Aren't you important? I flinched anyway. The ceiling wobbled in my vision. For a second, I thought about ignoring it. I'd told the chief I would file my preliminary report in the morning. There was no reason anyone should be emailing me at my hand groped around in the dark until I found the phone and brought it close enough to see 2:54 a.m. The notification banner still hovered on the lock screen. New message. County address. No subject preview. Just the first words of the subject line in block capitals, "The fire did not." Something cold crawled down my spine. I unlocked the phone with a thumb swipe that left a smudge of soot on the glass and tapped into my inbox. There it was at the top. A new email. Time-stamped 2:53 a.m. From Relis Dash, something at the handle was a mess of letters and numbers. But the domain on the right side of the @ sign made my stomach tighten. It was the same defense contractor's domain that had been on all of Ellis's printed mail on his desk. The company whose logo I'd seen on a lanyard half melted to the floor upstairs. Subject: the fire did not finish the job. I stared at the from line for a few seconds. The way you stare at a number you know by heart but don't want to recognize. Technically, anybody with the right skills could spoof an address. But this wasn't some random Gmail. This was coming from inside a corporate fortress that usually took 3 levels of authorization just to get onto their parking lot, let alone their mail system. The little secure lock icon sat there in the corner, smug and useless. My thumb hovered over the delete button. Then I tapped the subject line instead. The email opened in a clean, white pane. No company logo, no signature banner, just text. I know who you are. Great start. I know what you saw in the basement. I know you took my notebook. My heart stuttered. I felt my whole body go tense against the thin mattress. Most of the world didn't know there had even been a notebook down there yet. I hadn't logged it. I hadn't mentioned it to Harmon. It had gone straight into my coat, and from there to my kitchen table. This is Dr. Raymond Ellis, right there. Blunt. If it was a prank, it was a committed one. I am still here. Not in the way you mean. Not in the house. I am between. The frame worked, but not the way it was supposed to. The fire seared the bridge, it did not break it. The words between and bridge made something shift in my chest. I felt suddenly aware of how my body was lying a thin layer of drywall between me and my upstairs neighbor's shoes. A few inches of wood between me and the person in the apartment below. Air and floors and walls stacking up, layer on layer. Suddenly, the concept of between didn't feel abstract. It felt crowded. My eyes skimmed down. I activated the frame too late. I miscalculated the resonance of the anchors. It came further across than it should have. When I realized what was happening, I triggered the failsafe. The fire was a panic measure. It bought us time. It did not close the way. Every hair on my arms stood up. My mind flashed back to the smoke shadow on the wall. Those two elongated figures. Arms too long. Heads stretched backward. To the ring of fused bone. To the half skull smiling toward the door. The message went on. You don't have much time before they erase the site. Before they demolish the frame. If they do that without re-establishing containment, you and everyone in that county will be exposed. Practical. Almost clinical. The way a doctor would explain a spreading infection. You are the only one who saw enough. The only one who understands fire. You have 15 years of burn analysis. You know how it moves. Investigator understands burn. I wrote that down for myself. Use him to re-establish containment. Use him. The phrase sat on the line like a weight. Then, as if sensing my skepticism, the message shifted register. I know you, Marshall. He used my last name, properly spelled. No one outside the department really did that. I know your rank. I know you have been with the county for 15 years. I know you live alone behind a Walmart, and that you come home from scenes and turn on those horror channels, so you do not have to sit in silence. My skin went cold. There was no way that last part would be anywhere in a personnel file. I know you picked up my notebook and put it in your coat. I know you are lying on your back right now, under a chirping smoke detector, reading this on your phone. My gaze flicked up involuntarily to the ceiling. The green LED blinked right on cue. I am not asking you to forgive me. I am asking you to help me fix what I did not finish. Attached are my notes, the full ones, not the fragments the fire left you. Listen to the recording, then decide. Below the text, 2 attachments waited. A PDF icon with a name like ELLIS_FRAME_NOTES_FULL.PDF ... and a little audio file ... WAV ... labeled simply TEST_LOG_7 ... For a long moment, I just stared at those icons ... My thumb hovered like a divining rod. Back in the main room, the fridge compressor kicked on with a low, rising hum that bled through the wall. The sound felt suddenly too loud, too present. like a plane engine spooling up right next to my ear. The mattress springs creaked as I sat up, phone still in hand. I didn't open the audio, not yet. I told myself I'd be smart, that I'd start with the document. Text felt safer than disembodied voices in the dark. I padded down the hallway on bare feet, past the bathroom and into the kitchen. The smoke detector above the futon blinked behind me, then out of sight. I turned on the oversing light, and the room snapped into its familiar, sickly yellow. My laptop sat where I'd left it, closed on the table. The notebook a few inches away, its burned leather cover swallowing the light. I woke the laptop back up, forwarded the email to my county address on it, then opened the PDF with a click that felt too definitive. The document filled the screen in neat, clinical pages. Ellis's handwriting was gone. In its place was a typed transcript. Equations rendered cleanly. Jargon. I half understood, scattered between longer narrative paragraphs. It was nothing like the charred fragments I'd read earlier. The burned notebook had been full of apologies and warnings and phrases like "burn everything and especially me." This file read more like a manual. My eyes snagged on certain lines. Skulls are anchors. Bone remembers pattern even after death. The frame creates a corridor between loci. Heat allows us to see its outline. The human brain is an excellent resonator. The skull is a natural shell. Use skulls to stabilize the threshold in our favor. There it was again, use. Further down, in bolder text, as if he'd meant to emphasize it, investigator understands burn. He can interpret residual signatures intuitively. Use him to re-establish containment. That line repeated, almost like a mantra, scattered through the pages. Use him. Use him. I scrolled, cheeks growing hotter despite the chill in the room. As my eyes tracked the words, skull, bone, anchor, the laptop's tiny speakers made a faint sound. At first I thought it was the fan, a low, almost subliminal hiss. Then it thickened, a sort of dry crackle at the edge of hearing. Static. I paused, hand in mid-scroll, and listened harder. The sound grew, just enough to separate itself from my breathing in the fridge. It wasn't steady. It pulsed, rising and falling on a very slow beat. In, out, in, out, like breathing. I told myself the speakers were picking up interference, a phone pinging the router, the neighbor's electronics bleeding through junk wiring. Something normal, something explainable. The word skulls appeared again on the screen. The skulls sing when it is close was highlighted in the margin. The static thickened, filling in. It clung to the text like a fog. Underneath it, something moved. It wasn't a voice at first, more like a shape in the noise. A pattern my ears found because they're not built to leave patterns alone. Then, as if someone leaned closer to a microphone on the other end of a very bad connection, the hiss rolled back for the briefest moment. For about 2 seconds, it spoke, right into my kitchen. You brought some of them home already. The words were soft and close, right up against the sound of my own pulse, not coming from across the room, not echoing from the laptop speakers. They were in my left ear, in my right, in the thin space between my skin and my skull. I slammed the PDF window closed so fast I almost missed the little X. The document vanished. The static cut off mid-breath. The silence that rushed in behind it was almost worse. Suddenly it was just the laptop fan whirring, the fridge humming, the faint rattle of the HVAC. No whisper, no hiss, no presence. I realized I was holding my breath and let it out in a shaky gasp. It could have been imagination, a tired brain misfiring, reading words about skulls and anchors and thresholds at 3 a.m, listening to the hum of cheap speakers and pulling a ghost out of static that wasn't there. It could have been. My hands didn't believe that. They were shaking, slowly, like someone afraid of waking a sleeping animal. I reached over and grabbed the physical notebook from the table. Its charred edges left dark smears on my fingers. I opened it to the same pages I'd checked in the basement. Fire buys time, not a weapon, a wall. The skulls sing when it's close. If breach occurs, burn everything, especially me. I read those lines again, then looked back at the empty spot on the screen where the PDF had been. One voice on paper, in my hands, said, "Burn everything. Destroy the frame. Erase the experiment." The other voice, clean, digital, in my inbox said, "Re-establish containment. Rebuild. Realign. Use skulls as keys. Use the investigator. Use him." One of those voices was lying, sitting there in that cheap chair, my socks soaking up the cold coming off the floor, the green light of the hallway detector blinking through the doorway. I didn't know which one to believe. I just knew this much. Either a dead physicist was begging me to fix his mistake from somewhere between, or something that had learned his email and his tone and his secrets was trying to walk me step by step back into that room with the ring of bone and the burned shadows on the wall. And it wanted me to open the door again. 3.1. The audio file and the 2 breaths I held off on the audio longer than I'd like to admit. I told myself it was because I wanted to approach this like evidence, one thing at a time, in daylight, with a clearer head. The truth was simpler. Reading Ellis's notes had already put something cold and greasy in my chest. Hearing his voice on top of that felt like handing it a spoon. By the time I gave in, the sky through the bent blinds had gone from black to that flat, washed out blue that means morning is limping in whether you're ready or not. The parking lot outside had started to wake up. I could hear engines turning over, doors slamming, muffled voices as people headed out in scrubs and uniforms and reflective vests. I was back at the little kitchen table, laptop open, notebook closed, but still within arm's reach, like a guilty conscience. In front of me lay the cheap pair of over-ear headphones I kept in a drawer for when I didn't want the neighbors to hear some guy on YouTube describing a triple homicide over gentle piano music. They were the flimsy kind you get at a drugstore, cracked faux leather on the ear cups, one side of the plastic headband taped where it had split. The cord was knotted in 2 places. They worked fine for voices, for static. I stared at them for a long moment. This is stupid, I told myself. It's a recording, that's all. Which was exactly what made it dangerous. Static and whispers caught on a microphone. Don't have to obey the rules of rooms and walls. They don't care where you are when you play them. That's the whole point. I plugged the jack into the laptop anyway. The small click felt louder than it should. The file was still sitting in my inbox attachments. A neat little WAV icon labeled test_log_7. The name made it sound so harmless, like this was just another piece of lab equipment Ellis had checked off a list. I double-clicked. The media player opened and spat out a progress bar, a timer, play/pause controls. Everything normal, domestic, boring. I slipped the headphones on, covering my ears. The pads were cold against my skin. For a second, there was nothing. Then the bar started to crawl forward, and a faint hiss bubbled up from the speakers. Static, at first. Thin and papery. like the sound of an old TV tuned between channels. No rhythm, no voice, just random noise. It crackled in both ears equally, a kind of blanket of sound that made the quiet of the apartment fade to the edges. Underneath it, very softly, I thought I heard metal clicking, just a few sharp ticks spaced irregularly. The kind of sound you get when steel cools and contracts, or when someone flicks a fingernail against the side of a microphone stand. Another sound slid in after that. Air moving. It wasn't quite wind. Wind has character gusts, swirls, little rises and falls. This was smoother, more constant. It sounded like air being pulled through a long tube or along concrete walls. The image of the hidden room rose up uninvited, that space under the house. The arch, the dark gap beneath it. A corridor you couldn't see the end of. Then, behind all of that, a voice. At first it was so faint I had to lean forward, elbows on the table, as if getting closer to the laptop would physically move me nearer to wherever the recording had been made. This is test log 7. The words came in fits, the beginning swallowed by static, the end clipped. The voice itself was dry, rasping, edges frayed. I'd never heard Ellis alive, but this sounded like I imagined him educated, precise, worn thin by too many years spent talking to people who didn't understand him. He coughed once, a harsh, wet sound, then tried again. This is test log 7, frame activation with full anchor ring, corridor, partially manifested. He was breathing hard, not because he was running, but like someone whose lungs had decided they'd had enough of being told what to do. Each inhale came in shallow and noisy, like it scraped on the way down. The frame, he went on, establishes photon-poor environment between loci. Fire reveals the outline. The anchors a ragged breath the skulls. They stabilize the frequency of bone. I'd read the phrase in his notes already, frequency of bone. It hadn't bothered me as much on paper. Hearing him say it, with that mix of pride and fear riding under the words, made my skin crawl in the background. The sound of air sliding over stone grew louder, then softened, then grew again. The clicks of metal came more frequently, like something big shifting weight in a steel cage. So far, Ellis said, the interaction is one way. We look through. They do not see. We listen. They do not hear. There was a pause, more ragged breathing. For a moment, all I could hear was his exhale, brushing the microphone, and the lower steady sigh of whatever space he was in. Then he said, quietly, I was wrong. The static rose on the edges of the word wrong like it was trying to swallow it. It started mimicking anchors, not just structural, cognitive. It crossed further than anticipated. Those last 3 words, further than anticipated, sounded like a man trying to sand down the edges of an apocalypse with technical language. They can see us now, he whispered. They can lean into us. The skulls, they sing when it's close. I felt goosebumps prickle along my arms. He had written that line in the burned notebook, too, here, in his own voice. It sounded less like metaphor and more like a complaint about lab equipment that wouldn't behave. He drew a shaky breath. The fire is the only thing that hurts it. Heat disrupts the pattern. It snarls the song. He laughed once, a brittle, humorless sound. Fire buys us time, not a weapon, a wall. So far, the voice sounded like one man tired, ill, on the edge of panic, but holding it together by force of habit. But as the recording went on, that changed. And if containment fails, he said, we will need someone who understands how heat moves, someone who knows where the walls should be. He hesitated. When he spoke again, the tone shifted. It was subtle at first, just a slight lowering of pitch, a slowing of the words, like somebody pressing a thumb against a record. The investigator, he said. A chill ran through me. He didn't use my name this time, but the way he said the title felt too specific anyway. The investigator understands burn. He continued. He sees the shapes fire leaves. He can trace where the wall must go. Use him. Use him to re-establish containment. The last 3 words came out in a different register entirely. There was still Ellis's rasp, but laid under it was something deeper, like a second voice trying to speak in unison and not quite hitting the same notes. The vowels stretched a hair too long. The consonants had a weight to them, as if they were being shaped by a mouth that was still learning how. Use him. I sat up straighter, every muscle tensing. In my ears, the sound of breathing shifted. Until that point, I'd been unconsciously accepting that the ragged in-out rasp riding under Ellis's words was just him. Old man breath. Lab coat breath. The exhale of someone whose lungs had seen too many chemical fume hoods and not enough fresh air. Now I heard something else, under his shallow gasps. There was a second rhythm, slower, deeper. Each inhale long and smooth. Each exhale a low, almost inaudible rumble. If his breath was a paper bag crumpling, this one was wind in a cave. I nudged the volume up a notch with a trembling finger. The 2 patterns separated further. Ellis quick, uneven, catching on phlegm. The other steady, patient, like it had all the time in the world, and then some. Neither quite synced up. Sometimes they overlapped. Sometimes the deeper one held its breath when he did, as if waiting to see what he would say. You can hear it. Can't you? Ellis said. And for a split second I thought he was talking directly to me, on the recordings. 2 sets of respiration. 1 ours. 1. Other. His voice cracked on that last word, like it hit a wall it hadn't been built to describe. The metal clicks were louder now, not just cooling steel. They came in clusters, tick, 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 like bones tapping together. The rush of air through the unseen corridor swelled, then thinned, then swelled again, as if something enormous were shifting its head from side to side just beyond the microphone's reach. I thought if I burned it. Ellis went on, words starting to tumble over each other. If I turned the gas lines, overloaded the circuits, if I made enough heat, it would retreat. But it learned. It chose. The deeper breath sucked in again, close enough that the headphone drivers trembled. I could practically feel it on the back of my neck. I don't know how long. I can keep it from coming all the way through, he gasped. If the frame remains intact, if the anchors hold, it is confined. Irritated. Fire keeps it snarling on the other side. He inhaled sharply, then lowered his voice to a hoarse whisper. If someone opens it again, it will not hesitate. The static thickened around that sentence, rising like a tide. For a couple of seconds, I lost his words entirely, swallowed under the hiss and crackle. When he emerged again, the 2 voices were almost perfectly overlapped. The investigator, they said together, use him. This time there was no mistaking it. Ellis's tone rode on top, but under it was something slower and heavier, stretching each syllable into something obscene, like a tongue savoring a taste. My heart hammered against my ribs. A thin sheen of sweat had broken out on my forehead. I wiped at it with the back of my wrist, the headphones creaking as they shifted. On the track, Ellis coughed, a wet and desperate sound. If you hear this," he said. "Do not," the word cut off mid-syllable, in its place. The static surged. It roared in my ears, the volume spiking as if someone had cranked every dial to maximum. The hiss was no longer random. It had teeth. The pattern inside it sharpened into something like a scream that had been dragged backward through mud. Buried in that eruption, clear as a bone breaking in a quiet room, came another sound, the crunch of teeth grinding into something hard. It was unmistakable. I'd heard that sound in other contexts: autopsies, training videos, the unpleasant aftermath of car crashes. It was the thick, wet crackle of enamel breaking, of cartilage giving way, of a jaw working on gristle, like someone chewing a mouthful of ribs. The headphones vibrated against my skull. I yanked them off on reflex, the right ear cup snapping back and clattering against the side of the laptop. The burst of noise cut off as soon as the cushions left my ears, leaving me in a kitchen that felt suddenly too bright and too small. I stood there, halfway out of my chair, breathing hard. My pulse throbbed in my neck. The only sound I could hear now was the laptop fan whining and the distant whoosh of a car pulling out of the lot outside. The media player on the screen showed the file's progress bar frozen a few seconds shy of the end. It shouldn't have been playing anything. I reached for the touchpad to hit stop. Before I could touch it, a new sound slid into the air. It didn't come through the headphones. They dangled from the side of the laptop, one cup spinning slowly, cord twisted. The noise bled out of the laptop's tiny built-in speakers instead. Thin and tinny but unmistakable. Someone, or something, sighed. It started as a low inhale that seemed to come from under the keys, rising up through the plastic casing like the machine had lungs. The exhale went on and on, longer than any breath had any right to be, a long, tired spill of air that carried with it the faintest hint of that corridor sound, air moving along stone. As it faded, there was a faint, irregular crackle, like the sound of tiny sparks jumping between frayed wires. The hairs at the back of my neck prickled. I leaned forward slowly and checked the audio controls. The player was paused. The volume slider was at its usual spot. Nothing on the screen was moving. The sound died away on its own, leaving me in a room that suddenly felt 2 sizes too small for my body. I pulled the headphone jack out of the port with more force than necessary, like I was ripping out a leash. The plug came free with a tiny pop. The laptop's speakers stayed silent. Whatever had just finished breathing in my kitchen was done. At least for now. 3.2. Ryan, the only one who believed me, kind of. If there was anyone I thought might halfway understand what I was dealing with, it was Ryan. We'd come up in the department together. He'd been a firefighter longer than I'd been an investigator. The kind of guy who could look at the color of smoke coming out of a window and tell you what was burning behind it. Big shoulders, bad haircut, permanent raccoon tan lines where his mask sat. He had 2 kids, an ex-wife he still brought coffee to on her birthday, and a habit of calling every single piece of equipment she, like he was serving on a ship instead of riding a rig. Ryan also had a running joke that he trotted out at least once a month. Ask Marshall. He'd tell the rookies, thumbing in my direction. Guy's an ash whisperer. House tells him how it died. He just listens. I used to roll my eyes and let it slide. It made the new kids respect my reports more. and it made me sound more mystical than a guy who spends his days poking at burned drywall actually is. After Ellis, the joke stopped being funny. We met up 2 nights after the fire at a sports bar off the highway that never closed. The kind of place that smelled like fryer grease and spilled beer no matter what time you walked in. Neon beer signs painted the walls in red and blue, and a giant flat screen over the bar cycled between 3 different games. None of the customers were really watching. I got there first and took our usual spot, a sticky high-top table with one short leg that made it wobble if you breathed too hard. The bartender, who knew us well enough not to ask questions, dropped a bottle of whatever cheap lager was on special in front of me without waiting for me to order. By the time Ryan pushed the door open, letting in a blast of cold air and a brief glimpse of the parking lot's sodium orange glow, I was halfway through the first beer and seriously considering ordering something stronger. He shrugged off his jacket and dropped into the chair across from me with the heavy, boneless slump of a man whose muscles were done pretending they weren't tired. "You look like shit," he said cheerfully, signaling for his own drink with a wave. "Good to see you too," I answered. We watched the screen in silence for a while. Some college team in colors I didn't recognize marched up and down the field, while a panel of commentators in suits tried their best to make it sound like the fate of the world depended on a 3rd down conversion. "So," Ryan said eventually, tilting his bottle toward me, "you gonna tell me why Harmon looked like he'd swallowed a live battery when your name came up at the Ellis debrief? Or am I supposed to guess I let the bottle rest against my lower lip for a second, weighing how much to say? There were things I wasn't ready to tell anyone. Email, recording, the voice in my kitchen. But the secret room, the ring, the shadows, those were real in a way I could stand behind. You ever seen a safe room they forgot to put on the plans? I asked. Ryan's eyebrows went up. Forgot, or didn't want to. I said, basement behind a poured concrete wall, steel door, whole thing toasted, door blown outward, rich dude special, he said. Storm shelter, panic room, whatever. That's not exactly X-Files territory. Storm shelters don't usually come with a welded steel arch in the middle of the floor, I said, or a ring cut into the concrete under it, filled with bone. He swigged his beer, then set it down slowly. Bone. Pieces, I said. Not a skeleton. Jaw fragments, vertebrae, half a skull with the teeth still in. Ryan whistled low. You call that in? Not yet, I admitted. Of course not, he said. But there wasn't much judgment in it. Shadow burns. 2. On the wall behind the frame. Shadow burns, he repeated. Like Hiroshima stuff, I said. Only twisted, arms too long, heads stretched, like whatever was standing there when it got cooked wasn't built like us. He laughed once, a short bark that didn't match his eyes. Sounds like some occult bullshit. Man. Yeah, I said. It does. He went quiet. The game's commentary washed over us in a meaningless tide of statistics and enthusiasm. Somewhere behind us, someone laughed too loud at a joke we didn't hear. The air smelled like hot wings and stale beer, with an undercurrent of disinfectant that never quite did its job. I watched Ryan's face as the neon flickered over it. He wasn't a man who spooked easily. He'd been in structures I wouldn't set foot in twice, crawling under smoke, trusting his gear and his luck. Right now, he wasn't shrugging it off. He was cataloging, same as I had in the basement. You said something about the guys being freaked out. I said, in the debrief. Ryan nodded slowly. You know Sanchez tall kid? Tattoo of that stupid dragon on his neck, yeah, He took a hit to his forearm down there. We thought it was steam or a slop of boiling water off the hose. Got him from the elbow to the wrist. Only when they peeled his sleeve back. The burn, it wasn't right. How not right are we talking? Ryan held his bottle up, turned his own arm, and traced a half circle around it. It wrapped around like this. Perfect arc. And the center skin wasn't peeled like you'd expect. It was pressed. Like something hot and curved had grabbed him and squeezed. Pipe, I guessed. We checked, he said. No burst lines where he was. No exposed metal like that. Medics said he'd never seen a contact burn leave a pattern that clean without some kind of object. Sanchez swears nothing touched him, just heat. And then, he shrugged. Pain. He took another drink, staring at the label as if the answer was printed there. What about the other thing, I asked. The whisper Ryan's eyes flicked up to mine. Harmon been talking too much? He said one of your guys heard something? I said, in his mask. Ryan grimaced. Parker. He's not a superstitious type. Not the kind to make crap up. He was on the line near the base of your fun little secret wall. Air was thick, visibility trash. He says radio was dead quiet. Then all of a sudden he hears somebody right in his ear, clear as a bell. Say, behind you. The tiny muscles in my back tightened. He turned. Ryan went on, expecting to see me or Sanchez. Nobody there. Heat changed, like something had moved. He tapped his own helmet. Radio was on scan. No one else reported saying a damn thing. Channel recordings were clean. I thought of the recording from Ellis, the second breath under his, the layered voice saying, use him. My fingers tightened so hard around the neck of my beer bottle I could feel the glass pressing back into my palm. On the TV above the bar, the game broke for commercials. The sound cut from roaring crowd to a twangy country song advertising a truck sale. A smiling actor in a cowboy hat promised, over steel guitar, that you could haul anything if you just bought the right piece of American engineering. Mid-verse, the sound stuttered. The music stretched into a warped, drawn-out note and then snapped into silence. For 2 seconds, the speakers above the bar poured pure static into the room, a harsh, thin hiss that made a few people glance up, annoyed. My body went rigid. It was the same pitch, the same texture as what I'd heard in my headphones earlier. The hiss with a shape behind it. Then, just as quickly, the song popped back in like nothing had happened. The actor went on about torque and towing capacity. The bartender barely looked up. Ryan didn't seem to notice at all. You hear that, I asked, trying to sound casual and failing. He shrugged. Crappy feed. They probably kicked a cable loose in the back. I forced a laugh that felt worse in my throat than if I'd just stayed quiet. Look, he said, leaning back on his stool, making it creak. I've seen fires twist metal like tinfoil. I've seen a guy walk out of a flashover with a singed mustache and nothing else. I've seen a Christmas tree go up so fast it took the whole room with it in 30 seconds. He pointed at me with the bottle. I've never seen concrete blow out from the inside like that wall, he said. And I don't know what the hell Sanchez brushed up against. He let that sit between us a moment. What I do know, he added, is that you've got that look you get when you're chewing on something too long. You'll start a fire in your own damn head if you keep spinning it around up there. A server walked by with a tray piled high with hot wings, the smell of vinegar and spice stinging my nose. Glasses clinked. Someone yelled at the screen. The normal bar noise felt like a thin blanket thrown over something I could still see the outline of. "That site's scheduled for demo, you know," Ryan said. "Got the memo today. Structural's too compromised to save the shell. They're gonna knock what's left down inside of 2 weeks. Maybe sooner if the weather cooperates." The thought of a wrecking ball hitting that hidden room without anyone understanding what they were smashing made my mouth go dry. "So here's what I'm saying," Ryan continued. He leaned in, forearms on the table, his voice lowering just enough that it didn't carry. "If you're planning on going back out there to, I don't know, satisfy your ash whisperer curiosity, you do it sooner rather than later." He tilted his head, met my eyes. "And you don't do it alone." "Ryan," he cut me off with a wave. "I'm serious, man. You get in your head with this stuff, it'll start growing teeth. Next thing I know, you're the guy living in his car outside what used to be Ellis's lot, muttering about burn patterns and shadow people. I'm not coming to visit you at that point. I'm too old for parking lot therapy sessions." He smiled, a quick flash of teeth that didn't quite reach his eyes. "I'll come with you," he said. "Walk the ruin. Let you point at your weird, crispy art on the walls. We look, we leave. Deal, just so you don't start a fire in your own damn head." I opened my mouth to tell him no, to say going back was a terrible idea, that the voice in Ellis's email wanted exactly that, that there was a reason the note in the burned notebook said burn everything instead of rebuild anything. What came out instead was something like, "Yeah, maybe, we'll see." Because the worst part was, he wasn't wrong. The more I tried not to think about the frame and the bone ring and the shapes on the wall, the more my thoughts circled them like vultures. My head was already smoldering. Ryan didn't know it then, but he just volunteered to walk straight into the part of the story where that metaphor would stop being a metaphor. He lifted his bottle, to not losing our minds. I clinked mine against it. The neon reflected off the glass in little red and blue skulls. 3.3. The folder that created itself. I tried to be sensible when I got home. That was the plan, anyway. The bar's neon and noise fell away the second my apartment door shut behind me. The hallway stink of cleaning chemicals and other people's cooking faded into the familiar, cheaper smells of my own place, old coffee, cheap detergent, the ghost of 1,000 microwave dinners. I hung my keys on the hook and stood there in the dark for a second, listening. Fridge humming. HVAC pushing lukewarm air through tired vents. The distant rumble of a semi on the highway. Everything normal. Everything small. Ryan's last words replayed in my head. "Just so you don't start a fire in your own damn head." Too late. I thought. I told myself I was done for the night. I'd shower. Maybe let hot water beat some of the bar smell and basement smoke off me. I'd crawl onto the futon, put on some dumb movie I'd seen 100 times, and let my brain idle. The laptop could stay closed. The email could sit. The recording could rot in my inbox. Curiosity, as it turns out, does not care about your self-care plans. I flipped on the kitchen light. The yellow bulb washed the room in that sickly warmth it always did, making the laminate counters and cheap cabinets look like a bad motel. My laptop sat on the wobbling table where I'd left it, lid down, the burned notebook a dark rectangle next to it. I meant to walk past. I really did. Instead, I found myself pulling out the chair. "Just to delete it," I muttered. "Just to get it out of my inbox." The laptop woke with a soft whir when I opened it. The screen flashed the manufacturer logo. Then my desktop blinked into being same tired wallpaper, same clutter of icons I kept meaning to organize. For a heartbeat, nothing looked different. Then I saw it. In the top left corner, where there had been nothing but empty blue yesterday, sat a new folder, all caps. No icon customization. Just a plain yellow folder with a name that punched straight through my chest. Help_me. I don't name things like that. When I create a folder, it's something boring like ELLIS_CASE or REPORTS_Q1 or PHOTOS_RAW. I am not the kind of person who leaves melodramatic cries for assistance lying around on his desktop. I stared at it, waiting for my brain to cough up some reasonable explanation. Maybe I'd made the folder half asleep after the fire and forgotten. Maybe IT had pushed some weird shortcut from the county server. Maybe the folder was time-stamped 10 minutes before I walked into the bar. I'd been halfway across town drinking weak beer under fluorescent lights when something had written that name onto my screen. The cursor hovered over it on its own, like my hand was just along for the ride. I double-clicked before I could talk myself out of it. The folder opened into a small window with 3 files inside. The first was an image ELLIS_GATE_0001.jpg. Same name as the skull photo that had reappeared after I deleted it. Same exact file size. Down to the byte. The second was a text file. Instructions.txt. The third was another audio file, corridor_2.wav. My mouth went dry. The room felt suddenly tilted. Like the floor had shifted half an inch while I wasn't looking. I clicked the image first, because if I was going to lose my mind, I at least wanted to know which direction it was going in. The photo popped up in the viewer. The hidden room, the arch, the bone ring, the burned silhouettes on the wall. I zoomed in on the center, half bracing for the elongated skull, the double row of teeth, the eye sockets with their little pinpricks of light. The shape was there, smudged in the smoke, half formed, like something pushing its face up against frosted glass. But the eyes this time were black. No white flecks, no reflections, no movement. If anything, that made it worse. It felt less like it had disappeared and more like it had closed its eyes on purpose. I closed the viewer and clicked on instructions, TXT, before my imagination could start filling the blank spaces. The text file opened in a basic editor, no formatting, no letterhead, just lines of words marching down a plain white background. The tone was clinical, detached. It read like a set of assembly directions written for someone who already knew how everything worked. Frame realignment protocol, confirm structural integrity of arch. Replace anchor bolts if necessary. Reconnect primary power to frame input. Ensure dedicated circuit. Attach all leads to in-floor ring contacts. See diagram not included. Establish initial heat field. Gas jets or electric elements may be used. Increase temperature gradually until corridor outline manifests. I felt my jaw clench. This wasn't a warning. It was a how-to. My eyes dropped further down the list. Place anchors in predetermined positions. Bone anchors must be fresh. Thermal signature improves stability. Bring a fresh skull. The frame responds to bone that has not yet cooled. The words sat there in the middle of the screen, utterly matter of fact. Fresh skull. Something in my chest tightened. I became aware, all at once, of every sound in the apartment. The fridge was humming. The HVAC was blowing. The cheap clock over the stove was ticking. Somewhere upstairs, a toilet flushed with a distant rush. I blinked, and all of it stopped. Not faded, not quieted. Stopped. The fridge compressor cut out mid-cycle. The HVAC fan fell silent between one breath and the next. Even the clock seemed to forget how to tick. For 1, maybe 2 seconds, the apartment fell into a kind of vacuum. No appliance noise, no building creaks, no highway rumble. Just the sound of my own heartbeat roaring in my ears. And under it, faint but clear, something else. Tap. A dull, hollow knock from inside the wall to my left. Down low, about knee height. Tap. Tap. Not pipes expanding. Not a neighbor. Those sounds travel in longer. Drawn-out echoes. A series of clanks and groans. This was precise. Rhythmic. Like someone tapping the end of a hard object against metal. Like bone against copper. I turned my head toward the sound so fast my neck cracked. The drywall stared back at me off-white, slightly scuffed where a previous tenant had shoved a chair too hard. No bulges, no cracks. My ears strained. The fridge came back to life in a rush, roaring louder than it ever had before. The HVAC stuttered on, blowing air through the vents with a hollow thump. The clock ticked furiously, like it was making up for lost time. Whatever had been knocking shut up. On the screen, the rest of the instructions waited patiently. Once corridor is stabilized, realign frequency using investigators' pattern recognition. Allow entity to redistribute across original anchor grid. Apply maximum heat to entire frame and ring simultaneously. Maintain until all singing ceases. Under that, in a different tone, surrounded by white space as if whoever wrote it couldn't decide where it belonged, was a single paragraph. I am so sorry. This is the only way to close it completely. You need to finish what I started. The phrasing was familiar. It sounded like Ellis. The same formal regret. The same assumption that he was making a necessary horror, not a choice. Except, the instructions didn't line up with the man who'd written burn everything. Especially me. In a notebook he'd tried to incinerate. I closed the text file and sat back, rubbing my eyes. I should have shut the laptop then. Walked away, called IT, or Harmon, or a priest, or all three. Instead, because apparently my capacity for bad decisions had no bottom. I opened the browser and pulled up a window pointed at the defense contractor's intranet. I shouldn't have had access to it. I'll be honest about that. Years back, on a different case, someone had given me a temporary login to check some fire suppression schematics, and I'd never gotten around to deleting the credentials from my password manager. It was the sort of laziness that usually meant spam newsletters and nothing more. Tonight, it turned into something else. I navigated to their internal directory and typed in the address from the email I'd received, the one that claimed to be from Ellis. The system thought about it for a second, little wheel spinning, then no results found. I tried again with just the handle portion. Different combinations. First initial, last name, first initial. Variations you'd expect in a corporate environment. Nothing. I dug deeper, into the mail server logs I had no business seeing. Recent outgoing from any account with Ellis in the name. Then from the whole department he'd supposedly worked in. No messages to my county address. No messages with the subject line, "The fire did not finish the job." As far as their system was concerned, no such email had ever left their building. But it was in my inbox, time-stamped, with attachments. I stared at the empty search results until my vision blurred. There was a time in my life when, if you'd wanted to get a message from the other side, you had to haul out a Ouija board, or chant something in Latin, or sit around a table holding hands until somebody's cousin started faking a trance. Whatever had crawled up to the frame in Ellis's basement did not need candles or Latin or teenage girls in dark basements. It had figured out how to talk in a language I understood, JPGs and WAVs, and clean little text files full of bullet points, attachments, instructions, lab notes. It didn't need a seance. It had Outlook. 4.1. Sneaking back to the ruins. They fenced the Ellis place off faster than I expected. By the end of the week, there was yellow tape sagging between metal stakes across the top of the cul-de-sac, and a chain-link panel shoved across the driveway with a county property sign zip-tied to it. Someone had spray-painted an orange X on what was left of the garage door frame, the unofficial mark that said Demo Crew. Don't bother trying to save anything here. On paper, the department did what it always does when a big, uncomfortable fire lands in their lap. They opened a case, held a couple of briefings where everyone pretended to care about common-sense electrical safety, and then settled on the cleanest story that wouldn't get anyone sued. The official cause of the Ellis fire was accidental, likely electrical, originating in the basement service panel. That's what it says in the report. That's what will go into the state database. That's what the insurance company will base their payout on. It's also a lie. Every time I typed those words, my fingers felt like someone else was moving them. I went to other scenes in the days after Ellis. Smaller things. A kitchen fire in a duplex where a grease-clogged vent lit up. A meth lab that went sideways in a rented garage. A space heater that set a pile of laundry on fire in a trailer. Normal disasters, the kind I could map in my sleep. But something was broken in the way I saw them now. I'd walk through a charred living room, the walls peeling in familiar curls, and find myself staring too long at the way the soot had stuck in odd shapes. I'd hold my flashlight on a patch of blistered paint, waiting for it to resolve into a silhouette. I'd catch myself tracing curves with my eyes, looking for arcs that reminded me of the ring cut into Ellis's floor. Once, in a laundromat that had suffered a minor dryer lint fire. I got a whiff of burned synthetic, and every muscle in my body locked, for half a second, over the warm, sweet smell of scorched fabric. I caught the sour, rancid tang of Ellis's hidden room wet concrete. Melted bone. It was there and gone in an instant, like a memory someone else had shoved under my nose. I started smelling smoke everywhere. In the grocery store freezer aisle, in the cab of my truck, even after I'd aired it out, in my own bathroom when I stepped out of a hot shower and the steam made the mirror bloom gray around the edges. The worst was laundry day. I went to the laundromat down the street with my plastic basket and a pocket full of quarters, like always. The place was mostly empty, just me, an older woman reading a magazine, and a row of dented machines rattling through cycles. When I opened the dryer to pull out my work shirts, a wave of hot air rolled out, carrying the scent of clean cotton and heat. Underneath it, just for a heartbeat, was something else. The faintest hint of cooked marrow. I slammed the door so fast, the drum kept spinning for a few seconds, clicking and clanking like there were loose bones inside. Driving home with my still damp shirts piled on the passenger seat. I knew two things. One, if I didn't go back to that basement, the Ellis house was going to keep following me into every other fire I ever walked into. Two, if anyone went with me, it had to be Ryan. I called him that afternoon. I told him I needed a second set of eyes on some weird heat signatures before I filed my final. Technically true, just not the whole truth. "You mean you want me to come look at your crispy occult bullshit?" he said. I could hear a TV in the background and the faint clatter of dishes, probably grabbing dinner at the station between runs. "You bring the coffee, I'll bring the charm. We do it off the books," I said. "No radios, no paperwork. I need to double-check the origin before they knock it down." There was a pause. I could picture him frowning, scratching at the scar on his left hand where a piece of roofing nail had tried to make a permanent home years back. "Yeah," he said finally. "We can swing by after shift, before the suits start swinging hammers, just so you don't set that fire in your own head any bigger." That night, the two of us rolled up the hill to the Ellis ruin in my old pickup instead of a county vehicle. The truck's suspension complained the whole way, every bump in the road translating into a rattling symphony from the assortment of junk I kept behind the seat's extension cords, a crushed box of latex gloves, an old hard hat with half the stickers peeled off. Ryan rode shotgun in his station uniform, jacket unzipped, reflective striping dull in the dark. He had a flashlight between his knees and a small duffel at his feet. In the back, under a tarp, were the things I absolutely should not have had if we were only double-checking origin. A toolbox with wire strippers, pliers, and a multimeter I pretended was the only reason I'd brought it. A small propane cylinder with a burner attachment. A coil of heavy-gauge copper wire I'd told myself was just in case we needed to test a run. The list from instructions.txt sat folded in my jacket pocket. The words "fresh skull" burned into my mind like an afterimage. I hadn't brought a skull. That line I clung to. Maybe that meant I wasn't completely gone yet. We killed the headlights a little way down from the cul-de-sac so we wouldn't paint the ruin with too obvious a glow. The last stretch we took slow, tires crunching on gravel and patches of frozen slush. Up ahead, the silhouette of the Ellis house loomed against the cloudy sky, black and jagged where the roof had collapsed. The cordon tape sagged in the cold, fluttering weakly in the faint breeze. The chain link panel across the driveway had a padlock threaded through it. More for show than anything, the county likes the appearance of security. Ryan hopped out, breath frosting in the air, and gave the fence a once-over. "You got a key for this?" he asked. "Better," I said, digging in my pocket for the small pair of bolt cutters I'd borrowed from the evidence room under the pretense of needing them for a different case. "I've got plausible deniability." He grinned. "That's the spirit." Metal bit into metal with a muted crunch. The padlock dropped into my hand. Suddenly useless weight. We slid the panel aside just enough to squeeze through and then pulled it back into place behind us. Up close, the burned house looked less like a structure and more like a carcass. The front facade was mostly gone, leaving the skeleton of framing exposed blackened studs clawing at the air. Sheathing burned away in patches. The windows gaped like eye sockets stripped of glass. Snow had drifted into the entryway through the missing door. Dirty and half-melted, crusted with ash, the smell hit me like a physical thing. Cold smoke is different from fresh. When a fire's just gone out, everything is wet heat and steam. The scent sharp and immediate. Days later, it goes sour. The char cools, the moisture leaches away, and what's left is a stale, acidic tang that clings to the back of your throat. Underneath it, at the Ellis place, was still that thicker note fat rendered and cooled. bone cooked, and then left to sit. We picked our way up what had been the front steps. My boots crunched on a layer of brittle debris, bits of drywall, splinters, nails. Ryan's flashlight beam swung ahead of us, cutting shafts of white through the black. Inside. The air was colder than outside, cold enough that each breath felt like lifting something heavy. The open spaces where walls had been turned the layout into a suggestion of rooms rather than actual divisions. Trusses overhead were charred but still holding, for now. "You sure this place is safe?" Ryan murmured. "No," I said, "but it's still standing. That's as close as we get." We crossed what was left of the living room, beams from our lights bouncing off broken glass and scorched furniture. The familiar landmarks from my first walkthrough were still there: the collapsed couch, the melted TV, the overturned coffee table. The heat had drained out of them along with the drama. Everything just looked tired. At the back of the house, the hole where the basement door had been yawned like a throat. Our lights couldn't penetrate the darkness below from up here. It was a separate world down there, 10 steps away and 1,000,000 miles down. "You really want to go back down into that?" Ryan asked. I swallowed. "You said you'd come, just to make sure I don't start imagining burns that aren't there." Yeah, he muttered. "Next time I'm drunk and offering emotional support. Remind me of this." The railing was gone entirely now, having given up in the days since the fire. We descended one at a time, each boot placed carefully on the soot-gritted treads. The temperature dropped with every step at the bottom. It was like stepping into a freezer. The water that had pooled on the concrete after the hoses had been shut off was now a thin, slick sheet of ice in places, black and glassy. Our lights skated over it, reflections of ourselves warped in the surface. In other spots, the water hadn't frozen, just sat there in dark puddles that mirrored the arch of the frame in a shivering, upside-down echo. I could see my breath plume in the beam of my flashlight. It felt wrong to exhale in here, like I was adding something of myself to the air, and the room might decide to keep it. The hidden wall with the broken opening still gaped ahead of us. The edges of the concrete were jagged and frost-rimmed. Beyond it, the secret room waited, unchanged, and yet not. The steel arch stood in the center, its surface dull and pitted. In the cold, the metal had drawn in on itself. As we approached, it made tiny sounds, high and brittle. Tink, tink. Little ticks like a spoon lightly striking a glass. Jesus. Ryan breathed. You weren't kidding. His light swept across the ring in the floor. Even under a thin skim of ice, the bone was visible off-white curves and dark sockets embedded in the concrete. Flecks of enamel catching the light. The half-skull that had grinned at me last time now wore a thin mask of ice crystals across its open eye sockets, like someone had tried to blindfold it and failed. On the far wall, the burned silhouettes still clung to the concrete, in the colder light. They looked even more wrong. Two figures with arms too long, heads stretched back, frozen mid-reach. Somewhere above us, a dog barked. The sound filtered down through joists and beams, distant and muffled, turning into something like a deep, hoarse cough. A moment later, the rumble of a car engine passed on the street outside, headlights briefly ghosting over the burnt edges of the upstairs window frames. Farther off, the whoop of a police siren rose, Dopplered closer, then faded. Whoever it belonged to cruised past the cul-de-sac without slowing. We were alone. Our boots made soft, damp thuds on the concrete. Every step echoed off the walls, folding back on itself. My flashlight beam shook just enough to make the shadows seem to twitch. Ryan whistled low under his breath. You know, when I joked about occult bullshit, this is more than I had in mind. Yeah, I said. My voice sounded small in the cold air. Welcome to my head for the last week. He crouched near the ring, careful not to let his knees hit any of the embedded fragments. His breath fogged outward, mingling with mine. So what's the plan? Ash Whisperer, he said. You got some theory you want to prove? Or are we just sightseeing the world's worst art installation out in the truck? Under the tarp. The copper wire and the gas cylinder waited in my pocket. The folded list of instructions pressed against my thigh. I just need to check something, I said. It wasn't the whole truth, but down in that frozen basement, with the steel frame pinging softly and the bone ring staring up like a hungry mouth, it was the only part I knew how to say out loud. 4.2. Wiring the gate like an idiot. If I ever end up with a headstone, I hope whoever designs it has the decency to carve something honest on it. Here lies Marshall. He wired an interdimensional fire frame in a burned-out basement because an email told him to. Ryan watched me haul the tarp off the supplies like a man watching his friend unpack a midlife crisis, one terrible decision at a time. You sure this isn't some midlife crisis shit? He asked, as I set the toolbox down near the ring and popped the latches. His breath fogged the beam of his flashlight, making the air look thicker than it already felt. Pretty sure, I said, which was technically true. Midlife crises usually involve sports cars or affairs, not re-energizing someone else's cursed lab experiment. I pulled out the coil of copper wire and the small propane cylinder, setting them carefully away from the slickest patches of ice. The metal base of the cylinder thumped dully when I set it down, echoing in the concrete room like a muffled warning. So you want to walk me through the Ellis theory again, Ryan said. Because right now, all I'm seeing is you bringing explosives into a condemned structure. It's not explosives, I said automatically. It's controlled ignition. Yeah, that's what they call it, right up until it becomes uncontrolled. I didn't answer right away. Instead, I knelt by the arch and ran my fingers along one of the mounting plates, feeling for where Ellis had wired it before. The bolts anchoring it into the concrete were blackened but solid. There were scorch marks around 2 points where leads had clearly been attached once. The metal felt slightly rough under my gloves, pitted by heat. Look, I said, more to the steel than to Ryan. Ellis wasn't just playing with a big magnet. He was running current through this thing, feeding it juice, tying it into that ring in the floor. He used heat like a spotlight to see the corridor, but the power's what shaped it. That's what his notes said. Ryan shifted his weight, boots squeaking on ice. His notes also said, "Burn everything." Didn't they? I kept my eyes on the frame. Some of them did. I did not mention the other notes, the ones in the clean PDF that talked about frequency alignment and using me. I definitely didn't mention the part about bringing a fresh skull. There are only so many red flags you can wave at a man before he walks back up the stairs and leaves you to your stupidity alone. Using a wrench. I loosened a rusted nut, then wrapped bare copper around the stud beneath before tightening it back down. The wire felt colder than the air, almost greasy with dust. It crackled faintly when I bent it, tiny flakes of old insulation falling to the floor. Ryan played his beam over my hands. When it strayed toward the floor, toward the ring, he cursed under his breath. "Dude, he said. Those are skulls. That's actual skull. How is this not a crime scene? It is, I said. That's why we're not supposed to be here. Comforting. I connected the other end of the copper to the small ignition unit I'd borrowed from Evidence, a compact chemical igniter designed to test how certain compounds behaved under heat. It wasn't meant for this. None of it was. I knew that and kept going anyway. We ran the propane cylinder's hose to a burner head I set just outside the ring, angled so the flame, when lit, would wash across the embedded bone and up into the base of the frame. It was a crude approximation of what Ellis had outlined in his instructions. But then again, I wasn't trying to build a stable corridor. I was trying to prove to myself this whole thing was either dead or insane. The metal arch ticked softly as I shifted around it. The temperature differences between my hands, the concrete, and the air coaxing little noises from it. Tink, tink, tink. Feel like we should have a third guy down here, Ryan muttered. Somebody to tell the press we were smarter than this. You volunteered, I reminded him. Yeah, he said. I said I'd keep you from starting a fire in your own head, not help you build one in hell's front doorway. I reached up to steady myself as I leaned past one of the uprights. My gloved hand brushed the steel. I jerked back. The frame was warm, not hot, not enough to burn, just above the ambient cold of the room. A faint, unnatural warmth, like skin temperature on metal that had no business having any. Shit, I whispered. Ryan swung his beam toward my face. What I pressed my palm flat against the upright deliberately this time. Fingers spread. Feel this, I said. He set the flashlight down on a chunk of broken wall so it threw its cone of light across the arch and the ring, then stepped closer and laid his own hand where mine had been. For a second, he didn't react. Then his eyes narrowed. Why is that not freezing, he asked. Place has been dead cold for days. Everything else down here feels like a morgue slab. Exactly, I said. Steel loses heat fast. It should be the coldest thing in the room. He pulled his hand back slowly, flexing his fingers. You sure there's not a live line still feeding it, some buried connection? I shook my head. Utilities have been cut. We saw the tags ourselves. There is no reason for this, too. I trailed off, because even as we stood there, the hum started. It was subtle at first. Not something you heard so much as something you felt. A vibration just below perception, thrumming in the bones of your forearm if you touched the frame, humming in your fillings if you clenched your teeth. Do you hear that, Ryan asked? My mouth was dry. Transformer on the street. Probably. I lied. Lines carry noise sometimes. Sounds too close. He said. He shifted his weight, as if trying to get away from the center of the ring without actually moving his feet. Like, I don't know, like somebody humming into my ribs. That was exactly what it felt like to me. A very low note, too low to define, vibrating somewhere in the marrow, not coming from a direction, just present, like a pressure change. If you've ever had a big truck roll past your house and felt the windows rattle, it was like that. Only all the windows were inside you. I swallowed hard and forced myself back into motion. Let's just get this over with, I said. Quick test, that's all. If nothing happens, we pack up and go home. Department writes electrical fire. Demo crew knocks it down. We forget this room ever existed. Uh-huh, Ryan said. And if something does happen, then we shut it off. I said, we control the heat. We control the show." He snorted. "That's what you said about that Thanksgiving fryer fire 2 years ago." I ignored him and flipped open the casing on the ignition unit. The timer inside was a simple digital countdown, meant to give you a few seconds to get clear before a test charge went off. I adjusted it to give us more than a few. We weren't dealing with a single point. We were about to bathe the whole ring in flame. I ran a mental checklist, half from training, half from Ellis's stolen instructions. Copper connected, check. Burner head aimed, check. Gas valve closed for now, check. Chemical igniter packets placed along the groove of the bone ring, evenly spaced, like a series of little landmines, check. I tried not to think about how the instructions had referred to that as tuning the ring. Ryan picked the flashlight back up, the beam jittering slightly in his hand. He glanced at the bone fragments under the thin sheen of ice, at the shadows on the wall, at me. "You know," he said, "if this thing blows and they find our crispy asses down here with a jerry-rigged gas system on a condemned crime scene, we're gonna go down in history as the dumbest line-of-duty deaths this county's ever seen." I couldn't argue with that. I set the ignition timer, my thumb hovering over the start button for a beat longer than it should have. My heart was pounding in my throat. The hum in my bones seemed to sync up with it. A slow, patient throb under my own panicked rhythm. "Ready?" I asked, not sure whether I meant him, the frame, or myself. Ryan rolled his shoulders like he was about to walk into a live fire. "As I'll ever be," he said. "Just tell me where you want me when you do the dumb thing." "So I'm dumb in the right spot." I swallowed, looked at the ring one last time, and tried not to think about the line in the instructions I hadn't followed. "Bring a fresh skull." For now, we were going to see what the gate did with just the two we'd brought down here ourselves. 4.3. The corridor of skulls and Ryan's last look. I hit the switch. The igniter clicked once. A tiny, harmless sound, followed by the soft hiss of gas leaving the burner head. For a half second, nothing changed. The basement was just a cold, dead space with too much history in the walls. Then the circle woke up, a thread of red light, thin as a lit fuse, snapped into existence along the groove of the ring. It started where the burner washed heat across the concrete and raced around the embedded bone, racing along the skull fragments and jaw pieces like they were copper in a circuit. It didn't move like normal flame. It didn't lick or flicker. It crawled deliberate, crawling light, circling the ring in a tight, perfect loop until it completed itself and then pulsed. Whoomp. The air in the hidden room dropped suddenly, like somebody had opened an industrial freezer. My breath steamed white in front of my face. For a wild second, I could see Ryan's exhale and mine shiver together in the beam of his flashlight. Then the temperature surged the other way. Heat rushed up from the ring in a wave so sudden it made my skin sting. The icy moisture on the floor flashed to vapor in patches, letting out a soft hiss like someone gasping between their teeth. The smell hit next. Burned hair. Not a lot. Not enough to explain itself. Just that unmistakable, oily stink. Like the first second after a curling iron touches a strand, multiplied by 10 and layered over the sour reek of old smoke. Nobody was close enough to the burner for it to be us. The metal frame began to hum in earnest now. The vibration I'd felt before, ramping up until it felt like it was traveling up through my boots, into my legs, into my ribs. The steel under my hand was no longer just warm, it was hot, but not in a way that hurt, yet more like it was being filled from the inside. The space inside the arch shifted. At first, it was just a shimmer, like heat rising from asphalt. The air inside the curve of steel rippled, distorting the view of the back wall. The burned silhouettes warped, stretched, then snapped back. I blinked, thinking my eyes were playing tricks. Then the wall started to move. It didn't physically slide. The concrete stayed right where it was. But perspective went wrong. The surface seemed to recede, each crack and scorch mark crawling away, farther and farther, like I was watching it down a zoom lens that someone was steadily pulling back. The patch of wall that had been a few feet behind the arch was suddenly 10 feet away. 20, 30, more. "Marshall," Ryan said, voice strangled. "What the hell are we looking at?" The answer came when the shimmer finally settled and the view locked. The space beyond the frame was no longer the back wall of the basement. It was a corridor. It stretched away from us in a straight, unnatural line, disappearing into darkness that swallowed our flashlight beams before they reached the end. The floor looked like polished black stone, slick with something shiny. The ceiling hung low, just a few feet above where Ryan's head would be if he stepped through. A band of rough, dark material that looked like concrete or rock. The walls were what made my stomach flip. They weren't walls, not in any normal sense. They were skulls. Two endless, parallel rows of human skulls built into the sides of the corridor, stacked from floor to ceiling like some charnel brickwork. Many were half-charred, one side of the bone blackened, the other still the sick off-white of old ivory. Some still had scraps of roasted flesh clinging to them, blackened, bubbled, clinging in ribbons around jawlines and eye sockets. Others were bare, teeth stained brown and yellow, some cracked, some jagged. As I watched, they moved. Not much, just a subtle, wrong little rhythm. The cheekbones puffed outward, then sank back. The nasal cavities flared, then relaxed. Each skull seemed to inhale and exhale on its own, bone flexing like cartilage in a fire. With every breath, there was a sound, a soft, nasty crackle, like a wet log thrown into a campfire, as scorched bone flexed against itself. It was a corridor made of breathing skulls. My guts wanted to turn themselves inside out. My brain tried to label it hallucination, gas leak, stress. My eyes said no. This is happening. Ryan had been closer to the arch when I flipped the switch. Instinct made him backpedal the second the perspective went wrong. He took 2 quick steps backward, boots slipping a little on the damp concrete, eyes locked on the corridor as it unfurled. "Okay," he said, voice high and thin. "Okay. We're done. Turn it off. Turn it off. Marshall. Now." I reached for the ignition unit, fingers fumbling for the switch. The skull's synchronized little crackles shifted. The sound deepened, became wetter somehow, as if something further down the corridor was moving. In the black center of the tunnel, the part that swallowed light, a shape detached itself. For a heartbeat, it was just a darker blot in the dark. Then it stretched toward us. An arm. It emerged from the corridor like someone reaching through a veil. It was longer than it had any right to be. Proportion warped. From shoulder to elbow, it was pure char black. Cracked flesh overlaid on burned muscle and bone. From elbow to wrist, it looked like an extra length had been grafted on. A pale, raw-looking bone segment fused where it shouldn't be. The hand at the end of it was not a hand, at least not a human one. The fingers were long, jointed wrong, too many segments. They were as thin as bird bones under blackened skin that had split in a dozen places, revealing gray-white matter beneath. Each finger ended in a hooked nail, not like a claw so much as a length of exposed phalanx sharpened to a point. "Ryan," I shouted. He was already moving, trying to step back further, but there was nowhere to go. The frame dominated the room. The ring was at his heels. The arm blurred. In the space of a blink, that hand was around his neck. The hooks of bone punched into his skin like they were going into soft clay. I saw the points sink in above his collar. 5 perfect punctures. His eyes bulged. His hands flew up automatically, grabbing at the thing clutching him. His scream came out strangled, cut off halfway. The hand squeezed. You think of skin as something tough, resilient. Turns out, under the wrong kind of pressure. It tears like meat that's been slow cooked too long. The skin on Ryan's neck split under those bone hooks with a sound I still hear sometimes in my sleep. A wet, ripping noise, somewhere between Velcro and pulled brisket. For a horrifying instant, I saw the subcutaneous fat beneath yellowish, glistening before it peeled back too. Blood didn't spray. It surged in a thick, heavy sheet, pouring over his collar, soaking his jacket in a rush of heat that I could feel from where I stood. I lunged forward on reflex, grabbing his shoulder through his coat. The fabric was hot, too hot. Under my fingers, the muscle didn't feel like muscle anymore. It felt soft, yielding, like someone had pre-cooked him from the inside out, and his structure was just waiting for pressure to give way. The thing in the corridor yanked. Ryan's body jerked toward the frame with a speed that didn't make sense. His boots skidded on the concrete. His knees slammed into the edge of the ring. For a second, our grips fought their pull, my hold. I heard it when his leg bone snapped. It wasn't a theatrical crack. It was a sharp, muffled pop followed by a grinding crunch, like stepping on a thick stick under snow. His right leg buckled sideways at the shin in a direction it was never meant to go. His weight shifted. My hand slipped, slick with his blood, fingers clawing at fabric and finding no purchase. His head hit the side of the frame on the way through. There was another sound bone on steel, dull and ringing at the same time. His eyes flew wide at the impact, pupils blown, sclera already veined red. For a split second, our faces were inches apart, separated by nothing but a sliver of air and my own failure. He looked at me, really looked. Every other expression I'd ever seen on Ryan's face, sarcasm, boredom, the easy grin he flashed at rookies was gone. All that was left was raw, pure animal terror, and something underneath it I still don't like to name. Something like apology. His lips moved, just a fraction. No sound came out. I read the word anyway. Run. Then the thing in the corridor finished its pull. His body slid fully through the frame, shoulders contorting in a way that should have dislocated everything, and probably did, for a heartbeat. The skin and flesh on his face lagged behind, dragged taut. Then it separated. They talk about flensing in slaughterhouses, how you strip hide from carcass. I got to watch a 1-second tutorial in reverse. The flesh on his cheeks tore away. The skin on his scalp peeled back like someone ripping a mask off. Blood fanned out in a hot mist, then was gone, sucked along with him into the tunnel. For the briefest slice of time before the corridor snapped shut, I saw Ryan's skull, clean, white, bare, eyes already gone, sockets empty, jaw hanging slack. He twisted in the pull, and the skull turned as if under its own power. empty sockets somehow lining up with me. The jaw dipped, then jerked upward, like one last attempt at speech. Then he was gone. The tunnel collapsed with a sound like metal screaming through metal. The walls of skulls folded inward, the rows collapsing into themselves in a grotesque parody of closing eyelids. The dark at the end rushed forward. The hum in my bones spiked to a scream, then cut off. The view snapped back to the bare, burned concrete wall of the basement. No corridor, no skulls, just scorched paint and the double shadow, still burned there, arms too long, heads wrong. The ring went dark. The thin thread of red winked out. Something hit me. Shock, maybe, or the air snapping back into place. Either way, my knees buckled. I went down hard, one kneecap slamming into the edge of the ring. The bone embedded there gave under my weight with a brittle crunch, shards of blackened material grinding into my pant leg. My palms slapped the concrete, skidding through something wet and warm. Ryan's blood, fresh, sticky, clinging to my skin even through the glove where it had split at the seam. It was already cooling, but it was proof for all the impossible geometry and corridors of skulls. He'd been real. He was gone, and this was the part of him that hadn't made it. The room was silent, not the heavy silence from before, when sound had been turned off like a switch, but the dead, aftershock quiet of a space that had just seen something it wasn't built to hold. The frame ticked as it cooled. Tink, tink, tink. The burner had cut out at some point. Gas line tripped or choked. The chemical igniter packets along the ring had burned themselves to ash. The only smell now was blood and cold smoke. I forced myself to look at where Ryan had been standing. There was no body, no pile of limbs, no gear, just a long smear of blood stretched from the spot where his boots had last touched the floor to the edge of the ring, like someone had dragged a paintbrush loaded with red in a single, decisive stroke. At the end of that streak, right where the groove in the concrete began, lay something small, a piece of bone. It was about the size of the first joint of my thumb, still wet with pink, still faintly smoking. A thin ribbon of white vapor rising from it as the cold air hit the hot calcium. It rocked slightly on the uneven floor, as if it had just come to rest. Without thinking, I reached out and picked it up. It was hot enough to sting my fingertips, but not enough to make me drop it. For a second, I just stared at it, this tiny, unremarkable shard that had been part of my friend an eye blink ago. Then I slipped it into my jacket pocket. The motion automatic and stupid. The way you pocket spent brass on a range or a souvenir from a place you know you shouldn't have been. I didn't understand why I did it then. I just knew my hand refused to let go. Later, sitting at my kitchen table with that shard cooling in a dish beside my laptop, I would realize what I'd done. I hadn't just watched the corridor take Ryan. I had carried a piece of him back out. I had walked out of that basement with a new anchor in my pocket, a new bit of bone that remembered his pattern, his scream, his last look. I had, without even thinking about it, picked up a key. 5.1. Official Lies and Silent Funerals. I do not remember leaving the basement. I know. Logically, there had to be steps. I had to climb the stairs. I had to cross the ruined living room. Had to squeeze back through the chain link panel we'd slid aside. Had to get into my truck and turn the key. I must have done all of that, because eventually I was on the road. But my memory cuts from the sound of the corridor slamming shut to the yellow lines of the highway blurring under my headlights. Everything between is just noise. My hands were locked at 10 and 2 on the wheel, knuckles white, fingers sticky where the blood had dried into the grooves of my skin. Every time I shifted my grip, there was that faint tack of half-dried fluid unsticking from the leather. The heater was blasting, but I still felt cold. The radio was off. The display said it was off. The volume knob was turned all the way down. The speakers disagreed. A thin veil of static hissed out of them, just loud enough to be there. Not loud enough for me to blame it on any particular station. It had no station. The frequency indicator was blank. Every bump in the road sent the hiss up and down a hair, like it was breathing with the truck. At one point, I reached out and yanked the fuse panel open under the dash at a stoplight, fingers fumbling until I found the right slot. I pulled the radio's fuse out entirely and held it up between my thumb and forefinger, a tiny plastic rectangle, proof that the circuit was broken. The static didn't stop. I dropped the fuse onto the passenger seat and kept driving, somewhere between the outskirts of Ellis's neighborhood and the gas station on the edge of town. My brain stumbled back into my body just enough to realize my hands were still wet. I pulled in under the harsh white canopy of the pumps. The place was mostly empty. Just a lone minivan at the far end and a clerk inside who could not care less whether I lived or died, as long as I didn't drive off without paying. Under the fluorescence, the dark patches on my skin were suddenly, undeniably red. I went inside and bought the first pack of cheap paper towels I saw and a big bottle of water. The clerk scanned them without comment. Eyes not quite meeting mine, I stepped back out into the cold and leaned against the side of my truck, the metal bitter through my jacket. The first swipe burned. Ryan's blood had dried in streaks along the back of my fingers, pooled in the creases around my nails, soaked into the cuff of my sleeve. Some of it flaked off easily under the wet towels, coming away in rusty smears. Some of it had worked itself into the tiny cracks in my skin and didn't want to let go. I scrubbed anyway, until my knuckles were raw and pink, until the paper towels shredded. The water ran down onto the pavement in thin red lines, tracing away from my boots, freezing at the edges where it met the night air. I kept scrubbing until they looked like my hands again. They did not feel like mine. By the time I pulled back into my apartment lot, the static in the speakers had softened to a low, almost purring hum. When I killed the engine, it faded with it, as if it had just been part of the truck's noise all along. Sure. That is the story I chose to tell myself for about 12 hours. The department did what it always does when something awful happens to one of its own. It wrapped the whole thing in ritual and bureaucratic padding and pretended that would make the impact softer. Ryan did not come home. There was no missing phase, no frantic search. We had been off the books. The last anyone officially saw him was at shift change, joking about a busted nozzle. When the call finally went out, it was because I called Harmon from my kitchen around dawn and fed him the best half-truth I could assemble without choking on it. We went back to the Ellis scene. I told him, off duty. I wanted to double-check some structural questions. We shouldn't have been there. We stepped into the basement. There was a collapse. I made it out. Ryan did not. I left out the frame waking up. I left out the corridor lined with skulls. I left out the hand that should not have fit through that opening. I left out the way his head turned back toward me without skin, even with all that missing. The silence on the other end of the line was long and heavy. When the rescue crews went in later, under daylight and the weight of official sanction, they did not find a frame that hummed under their palms, or a ring of bone fused into the floor. They did not find a corridor. They found shift marks along the foundation and a section of cracked concrete near the secret room that could be written up as evidence of instability. They found a hard hat, a glove, a few scraps of fabric that could have been from a jacket, all charred and half embedded in debris. No body, no Ryan. It was enough. Enough for the department to say structural failure. Enough for the union to agree with accidental line of duty death. Enough for the insurance forms and the death benefits and the state-level write-ups. They hung the whole story on the absence of his body without ever asking themselves why. In that house of all houses, that was what made the most sense. You learn to recognize the lies you tell other people faster than the ones you tell yourself. We had a formal hearing. I gave a statement. So did Harmon. So did a couple of guys who'd been at the original fire and had seen how compromised the basement had been. Paperwork moved, boxes were checked. A recommendation went up the chain demo the property sooner rather than later. They stamped approved on a story that had a hole in the middle big enough to fit a screaming man. The funeral was a week later. It was everything a firefighter's funeral is supposed to be. That was the worst part. They rolled his empty casket in on the back of an engine polished to a mirror shine. The flag draped heavy and perfect over the top. The honor guard moved in precise, slow steps, shoes hitting the pavement in unison. The local news station filmed from across the street, careful to get an angle that showed the ladder trucks raised in arch formation over the procession. It looked exactly like the videos they show in academy training. The ones that make rookies shift in their seats and think, in some small, private part of their brain, at least they'll put on a good show for me if I go down. I stood in the back, away from the families, away from the neat rows of uniforms in front of the church. The winter air bit my ears. My dress blues felt too tight at the throat. The collar pressing against skin, I could still imagine a hand closing around. A set of bagpipes started up near the steps. I've heard pipes at more funerals than I care to count. They're supposed to sound mournful, noble, like grief stretched into music. Today, each drawn-out note scraped down my nerves like a file. The drones made a continuous low tone that should have been background. Instead, it vibrated in my teeth, underneath the wail of the melody. I heard something else, a faint, dry rattle, like bones clicking together in a cloth bag. Every time the piper changed chords, that little percussion section chimed in, just a half-second behind, like an echo in a smaller room. Rationally, I knew it was just the reed, the way the air moved, the way sound bounced between the stone walls of the church. My gut didn't care about rational in the sea of uniforms. Ryan's kids stood with their mother near the front, both clutching folded programs. His son kept rubbing at his eyes with the back of his hand, then yanking it away like he was mad at himself for doing it. His daughter stared straight ahead, jaw clenched so tight you could see the muscles jumping. The chief stood at the podium and wrestled his way through a eulogy. He talked about courage and sacrifice and brotherhood. He used phrases like, gave his life in the line of duty and answering the call. His voice only cracked once, when he mentioned taking Ryan fishing years ago. He did not talk about secret rooms. He did not talk about steel frames that stayed warm in the cold. He did not talk about how there was nowhere in that basement for a grown man to disappear to. When they did the final call out over the radios, everyone around me took off their hats. The dispatcher's voice came through the portable clipped to the belt of the guy next to me, amplified just enough for those of us in the back to hear. "County fire to Lieutenant Ryan McClellan," she said. "County fire to Lieutenant McClellan." Silence. County fire to Lieutenant McClellan. Silence again. Heavier this time. A few heads bowed. Lieutenant Ryan McClellan has answered his final alarm. He is clear of this call and all others. May he rest in peace. County fire clear. The tone that followed was a single, high beep. I'd heard it 1,000 times, usually before a dispatch. A sound that meant we're about to ask you to go do something dangerous. That day, it sounded like a lid clicking shut. People moved after. There were hugs and handshakes and lines of men and women in uniform clapping the casket as it rolled past. A last physical connection to someone who wasn't in it. Ryan's kids clung to their mother. The pipes started a different tune. It all blurred. I stayed until the crowd broke, then drifted back to my truck like a ghost. Inside the cab, the air was stale. There was still a faint chemical tang from the wipes I'd used a week ago, as if the upholstery hadn't forgiven me for what I'd made it soak up. I sat there with the keys in my hand, staring at the dashboard. I should have been thinking about what I was going to tell his family if they asked me for details. About how I was going to keep facing the men who trusted me every time I walked into a burned house. About whether I was going to call that number in my email again, the one that didn't exist in any corporate directory. Instead, I turned the radio on. Habit. Maybe something else. The display lit up. No station name. Just 87.7, the bottom edge of the dial where nothing usually lives. The volume was low. There was no music, no DJ, just a voice. At first I thought it was a glitch, some talk station bleeding in from too far away. Then I caught the words. 1. The voice was breathy, almost whistling, like air pushed through something hollow. Each syllable elongated slightly at the end, dragging out into the static. 2. It wasn't Ryan's voice. It wasn't Ellis's. It wasn't anyone I knew. It was genderless in that way of badly recorded audio, flattened, stripped of context. 3. Each number came about 2 seconds apart. Enough time for me to register it, to decide I was imagining it, to be proven wrong when the next one came. I stabbed at the power button. The display went dark. The backlight clicked off. The counting did not. 4. The sound had slipped its leash. It was no longer coming from the speakers. It was bleeding through the air vents, seeping out from the slots where the defroster lived. It sounded like someone whispering into the ducts from the other side of the firewall. Numbers drifting along the plastic channels and out into the cab. 5. My hand shook on the key. I twisted it. The engine turned over with a rough little bark, then settled into its usual idle. The fan kicked on a moment later, blowing lukewarm air over my knuckles. The counting threaded through it, riding the air. 6. I sat there, motionless, while the numbers climbed. The rational part of my brain scrambled for explanations interference. A glitchy emergency alert system. Some messed up recording caught in a loop somewhere up the line. The rest of me remembered Ellis's note. The skulls sing when it's close. 7. I killed the ignition. The engine cut. The fan whir died. For 2 more counts. The voice kept going, softer now, like someone walking down a hallway away from my door. 8. 9. Then, finally, silence. I sat there in the parked truck. Funeral program crumpled in my fist, knuckles raw where I'd scrubbed them, listening to the quiet that had swallowed those last numbers. I killed my friend. I told the empty cab. It came out flat, no tremor, like a statement of fact on a report. because that is what it was, even if I did not light a match to his gear. I walked him into that basement. I wired that frame. I flipped that switch. I opened a door I did not understand, because a dead man or something wearing his voice told me it was the only way to close it. Everything since has been fire that did not need a match. Everything since has been flame that knows my name. 5.2. The fires that didn't need a match. If the Ellis fire had been a single nightmare, I could have filed it away eventually. People lose their minds over one bad scene all the time. The brain is good at making exceptions. It gets harder when the exceptions start repeating themselves. The first one came 2 weeks after Ryan's funeral. I was half asleep at my desk, staring at the blinking cursor in my half-finished report, when my pager went off. Old habits die hard. We still carry the damn things even with phones in our pockets. The tone jolted me upright. I grabbed my jacket and headed for the truck without really registering the address. I woke up fully when I pulled onto the gravel loop of a mobile home park on the edge of the county. The scene was already lit up in red and white. 2 engines, 1 rescue, a couple of sheriff's cruisers. Yellow tape fluttered in the cold breeze. The snowbanks along the access road were gray, packed hard by tires, slashed through by footprints. People in sweatpants and heavy coats stood in clusters, breath smoking as they watched what used to be their neighbor's home finish dying. The mobile home itself was a blackened rib cage. The aluminum skin had warped and peeled away in places, hanging in curls. The roof had partially collapsed inward, leaving the interior exposed. It was one big, charred cavity. The smoke that still leaked out was thin and lazy, more interested in staining the overcast sky than climbing into it. I did the usual, walked the perimeter, talked to the first-in crew, asked the right questions. Any space heaters? No. Kitchen fire? No. Stove area had been mostly untouched. Electrical panel checked. The metal box was scorched on the outside, but the breakers inside looked almost pristine. No evidence of arcing. What about outside? No sign of a vehicle fire, no downed lines, no idiot with a burn barrel too close. The origin, as far as I could see from the heat patterns and damage, was center mass, the middle of the structure, not near an outlet, not near a stove, not near anything that made sense. It was as if something in the air there had decided to ignite all at once. When I stepped inside, the smell hit me. You get used to burned plastic and burned wood and burned everything. They all have their notes. This was different, heavier. It had that greasy, metallic tang I associated with Ellis's hidden room, a smell of cooked protein and bone marrow that burrowed into the back of your nose and sat there like a weight. I forced myself to focus on the details, V patterns, directional char, clean burn lines, professional stuff. That's when I saw it, on the wall that was still barely standing at the far end of the main room. A shadow. Not dramatic, not crisp like the ones behind the frame in Ellis's basement. Just a patch of darker char, vaguely human-shaped, arms a little too long, head slightly stretched at the back, like someone had dragged their fingers through the soot to blur it. Nobody else seemed to notice. When I moved closer, flashlight beam steady, the hairs along my arms rose. I told myself it was just coincidence, pattern seeking, me projecting Ellis onto every dark patch. Then it happened again. A small house on the outskirts of town this time. An old place with sagging porches and a busted-up fence. The kind of structure where every room has at least 3 extension cords snaking out of it like roots. When the call came in as basement fire, I pictured space heaters too close to cardboard boxes, a bad furnace, maybe a water heater that had given up spectacularly. The furnace and the water heater were both upstairs. The basement was supposed to be unfinished storage. We arrived to find flames venting out the windows at ground level. Licking at the siding, crews knocked it down fast. The house would live, mostly. I went in the next day to take my pictures and scrape my samples. Downstairs, the origin point spoke clearly center of the empty basement. Concrete floor, no gas line, no electrical junctions, just soot radiating outward from a spot that had been bare cement and air. And on the far wall, behind that center, another burn mark. Taller this time, more distinct, long-armed, head haloed by an oval of lighter char. Like something had shielded that area momentarily before being erased. By the third time, I stopped telling myself it was coincidence. The third time was on the highway. Winter had not been kind to the interstates. Black ice in the shaded stretches. Slush that froze into rutted ridges at night. People drove like none of that applied to them. One morning, early, before dawn, a fully loaded SUV hit a patch of ice, bounced off the median, and rolled 3 times. Somewhere in that tumbling, something sparked. By the time the first unit got there, the vehicle was on its side in the shoulder, engine compartment fully involved, flames licking along the undercarriage. They got water on it fast, foam on the fuel, knocked the fire down before it could spread to the brush line. I arrived to a scene that looked like 100 other wrecks I'd seen, glass glittering on asphalt, skid marks scarring the lane, troopers in reflective vests taking measurements with little wheels on sticks. The SUV's frame was twisted, doors crumpled. One side of the passenger compartment was burned out completely, seats reduced to black skeletons of springs and rods. The driver hadn't gotten out. What was left of him sat in the skewed embrace of the seatbelt, upper body tilted toward the shattered windshield. The fire had done its selective work. His clothes were mostly gone. Skin, too. The arms and chest were hollowed out, ribs warped and blackened. The cavity beneath them empty, like something had scooped it clean. His skull, though. His skull looked almost untouched. There was no hair. The skin had burned away. But the bone itself was clean and white. Enamel bright, where the teeth grinned out from between lips that no longer existed. In the gray mess of the interior, that skull gleamed. Steam rose faintly from it in the cold morning air. "Careful," one of the troopers said when I stepped closer, as if I might somehow make things worse by breathing on the remains. I reached out with a gloved hand and, very gently, laid 2 fingers against the side of the skull, just above the ear. It was warm. Not just still retaining some heat, warm. Not the fire was just out warm. The rest of the compartment was cooling fast. I could see frost forming along the broken door frame already. The skull felt like it had been sitting by a fireplace, like something inside it was still radiating. I jerked my hand back, my glove leaving a faint, greasy smear. Later, at the morgue, the oddities piled up. The body had been brought in, bagged and tagged, the sheet zipped up. I went to talk to Lorna, one of the techs I'd known for years. She'd walked me through more burn cases than I liked to remember. She met me just outside examination 2, still in her lab coat, hair tucked up under a disposable cap. There was a crease between her brows that hadn't been there the last time I'd seen her. "You see enough people cooked," she said without preamble. "You start seeing patterns. Skin splits here, organs do this, skull does that. This one," she shook her head, "this one broke the pattern. In what way, I asked. She pulled the sheet back. The torso was a hollow shell. The ribs had charred and cracked, and then warped inward. The spine was half visible through the missing tissue, blackened and shiny in patches. Everything that should have been inside was gone: organs, fat, muscle. It looked less like it had burned and more like it had boiled off. The skull sat at the top of this devastation like a museum piece. White, clean, a few hairline cracks, sure, but nothing like the spiderweb crazing we usually saw when cranial bone got too hot too fast. The teeth were mostly intact, enamel only slightly browned on a few. Lorna tapped the side of the skull gently with a gloved fingernail. "It's like something boiled everything off but spared the skull," she said. "Never seen that before. Heat doesn't play favorites like that." My tongue felt thick in my mouth. I swallowed, trying to reset it. "You ever have a fire where the skull is?" I searched for the word. Warmer than everything else long after knockdown. She gave me a look. "No. If you've got extra heat holding in the head, it's from the environment, not the bone. Unless there's something cooking it from the inside." She meant it metaphorically. At least, I think she did. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered, not the gentle, annoying flutter of an old ballast. A hard stutter on, like a camera flash. In that half-second of darkness, the room felt smaller. The stainless steel tables seemed to crowd in. The sheet over the body looked less like cotton and more like skin stretched tight. The lights came back, from somewhere deeper in the morgue. Beyond the double doors leading to cold storage came a sound. Tick. Soft. Sharp. Like something hard tapping once against glass. Then again. Tick. Tick. Lorna's head turned toward the sound. "Probably one of the jars settling," she said. But there wasn't much confidence in it. It didn't sound like jars settling. It sounded like teeth. Teeth hitting a window. Teeth scraping along the inside of a viewing pane. The kind of noise you'd get if somebody leaned in very close to the glass and chattered their jaw just enough to make contact. The hairs crawled up the back of my neck. My hand brushed the pocket of my jacket where the small shard of Ryan's bone sat in a little evidence bag I still hadn't logged. Outside the building, a siren wailed faintly, growing louder, then passing by, the sound Dopplering into distance. The fluorescent lights held steady. The tapping did not repeat. Lorna looked at me, frowned deeper now. "You okay?" she asked. I lied. "Yeah, just tired." She covered the skull again, careful, almost gentle, as if it were sleeping and might wake up. On the drive back to my apartment, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had reached through the frame in Ellis's basement had gotten a taste of this side and liked it. We were seeing fires that didn't need matches now. Heat with no obvious source. Basements lighting up in the middle of empty rooms. Car crashes that left skulls warm and intact, like they were waiting to be picked up and slotted into a ring somewhere. The corridor didn't need me to stand in front of it anymore. It had figured out other ways to build its walls. 5.3. Realizing I'm the vector patterns are supposed to be my thing. You spend 15 years crawling through burned-out houses. You get good at seeing repetition. The way heat curls paint. The way smoke layers on ceilings. The crazy paths fire takes when it's chasing oxygen. A big part of my job is figuring out what's the same from scene to scene and what's different. For a while, I tried very hard not to notice the new pattern. It started as a feeling more than a thought, a kind of echo, following me from scene to scene. I'd show up, get my gear, step over the tape, and the moment my boots crossed whatever invisible threshold separated outside from the place fire had lived, my skin would react. Not all over, not obvious, just my hands. The first time, I blamed it on nerves. I walked into an old two-story that had lost its attic to a lightning strike. The crews had done a good job. Most of the damage was upstairs. I headed up, doing my usual mental checklist, halfway up the stairs. The backs of my hands started to tingle. It felt like when you hold them too close to a campfire, that slow, creeping heat that makes you pull back before the skin actually burns. Only this was under the skin, not on it. Like someone had poured warm water into the bones. By the time I got to the second-floor landing, my palms were hot. I flexed my fingers, listening to the carpet crackle under my boots, and told myself it was just the temperature difference between the cold hallway and the still warm attic. Then it happened again at a duplex kitchen, and again at a warehouse where an entire row of shelving had gone up, and again in a garage that had supposedly ignited all on its own. Every time, the same thing the moment I crossed into the origin room. My hands heated from the inside out, not enough to blister, just enough to make me aware that there was bone in there. And something in the room knew it. I'm not proud of how long I pretended not to notice. It took a string of those weird fires, the mobile home, the basement with no furnace, the SUV on the interstate with its intact skull, for me to even admit to myself that they were connected to Ellis. I kept thinking if I just worked them like any other case, they'd eventually resolve into normal explanations. They did not. Whenever I went back home, the shard of Ryan's bone sat on my kitchen table in its little evidence bag, an accusation I refused to log or throw away. Some nights I'd catch myself staring at it while the fridge hummed and the laptop fan whirred, like it was a pet rock and not a piece of a man who'd been my friend. I told myself I kept it because I didn't know what to do with it, because giving it back to his family felt obscene, and handing it over to the department felt worse. Grief. I called it guilt. It took me longer than it should have to realize it was neither. One night, when the counting on the truck radio and the morgue tapping and the skull shadows had stacked up too high to ignore, I pulled the burned notebook back out. I'd read Ellis's notes a dozen times by then. The pages that hadn't been reduced to charcoal had his chicken scratch handwriting crawling over them, formulas, diagrams, the occasional line of English jammed between symbols. That night, the words hit different. Maybe it was the way the kitchen light fell. Maybe it was the way my head finally stopped flinching away from certain ideas. Maybe it was something else entirely. All I know is that as I flipped through the half-destroyed pages, certain lines seemed darker, bolder, like the fire hadn't touched them as hard. It learns through us, through our bone. I ran my finger under that sentence, smudging ash. I was sure I'd seen it before and skimmed right past it. Now it felt like the axis the whole notebook rotated on. Further down the page, in letters that had bled at the edges from water and heat once it has your pattern. Fire only irritates it, but it still needs you to open the door. Pattern, that was the word that stuck. Ellis had talked about frequency of bone in his recordings, about skulls as anchors. Reading it here, in that cramped handwriting, made it feel less like theory and more like confession. It learns through us, through our bone. I looked over at the evidence bag on the table. The fragment inside had long since cooled to room temperature. But when I picked it up, pinching the plastic between thumb and forefinger, I swore I felt a phantom warmth. Not real enough to measure, just enough to make my pulse jump. I kept a piece of him. I said aloud, just to hear how it sounded. I told myself it was guilt, grief, something tangible to carry because the rest of him was gone. The kitchen was quiet except for the low rumble of the fridge and the occasional tick of its compressor cycling. The smoke detector in the hallway blinked its little green light. A heartbeat in plastic. I stared at the bone. Now I'm pretty sure it was a handle. I said. The fridge motor cut off mid-hum. It didn't ramp down. It stopped. Like someone had yanked the plug. The sudden silence rang in my ears. My own breath sounded too loud. From the wall behind the fridge, there came a small, distinct crack. Then another, somewhere above my head, near the ceiling. Sheetrock shifting, I told myself. Old buildings move. Temperature changes make materials expand and contract. The smoke detector blinked green again. This time, between flashes, it made a sound. Tick. Like a fingernail on plastic. Or a tooth. That night was the first time I pulled a chair into the hallway and climbed up to look at it. I told myself I was checking the battery. That the little chirps it sometimes let out were just low-power warnings and not something else. But my heart was hammering as I unscrewed the detector from its base and let the plastic disc dangle from its wires. Behind it, the ceiling looked wrong. The popcorn texture around the mounting ring had always been uneven. I'd noticed it vaguely, moving in, cheap patch job from some previous tenant's leak. Now, under the harsh glare of my flashlight, I could see the pattern, not a full circle, not a careful, finished groove like the one cut into Ellis's basement floor, just a faint smudge, a pale, dust-cleaner ring about the width of my thumb, where something circular had scraped or pressed, long enough to leave a mark. It hovered there above my head, incomplete. Like someone had started drawing a circle and then gotten distracted. I put the detector back up and climbed down, the chair legs thumping against the cheap laminate. After that, the noises were harder to ignore. Small cracks from the walls at odd hours, little clicks from the ceiling, the kind nails make when they shift in studs. At least, that's what I tried to tell myself. Some nights, lying on my back on the futon, I'd hear something else. The sound of teeth grinding, not loud, just a faint, gritty scrape. Like molars sliding over molars with something caught between them. It came from above, from the area near the hallway, sometimes from right over my pillow. The worst part wasn't the noise, it was the waiting, the brief pause between sounds, when I'd lie there with every muscle clenched, listening to my own heart and the blood in my ears, wondering where the next scrape would come from. Wondering if, this time, it would be followed by knocking or breathing. All the while, the cases stacked up. More fires with no clear source. More weird skull behavior. More shadows on walls where there shouldn't have been enough heat to etch anything. And always, I was there. Sometimes I was the primary investigator. Sometimes I just happened to be nearby when the call came in and volunteered to assist. Sometimes dispatch routed me out of habit, like they had a sense for where I belonged. It took me longer than I want to admit to see the obvious. The pattern wasn't just in the fires. It was in me. Everywhere I went, a few weeks later or days or hours, something burned wrong. Not always dramatic, not always fatal, but wrong. The kind of wrong that left skulls too clean, bone too warm, Shadows too long. I started keeping a list. Address, date, nature of fire, what I'd been doing there before. The lines overlapped more than they should have. Places I'd been for inspections, for follow-ups, for completely unrelated errands turned up later on my call sheet in new contexts. I went back to Ellis's notebook again and again, looking for something I'd missed. Some line that said how to undo this, how to step off the path. Instead, I kept finding variations on the same idea, hidden in half-burned sentences. The frame is not the only door. Once it knows your pattern, it rides the paths you walk. Containment requires isolation of vectors. Vectors. That word I understood. The thing that carries the disease, not the disease itself. I looked at my hands. They're not remarkable hands. Scars from old burns. A couple of white lines where broken glass had cut through gloves. Calluses on the palms from hauling gear. Ordinary. Mine. Except they weren't just mine anymore. Every time I stepped into a new burned space and felt that slow, from the inside heat in my fingers, I understood a little more of what Ellis had meant. It wasn't that the fire was reacting to me. It was that something in me was reacting to the fire. Ellis burned himself trying to wall it off. I told the invisible audience, the one I imagine on the other side of this story. The people who like to turn other people's worst nights into background noise while they drive or wash dishes. He set his own house on fire to shut the door. I flexed my fingers. My knuckles popped. Little white scars caught the light. I walked out of that basement with fresh, unburned bone in my pocket. I said, and a brain stupid enough to think I could fix what he started. The smoke detector blinked green. Somewhere in the wall, something cracked. I wasn't just a witness anymore. I said, I was a carrier, 6.1. Becoming Ellis. There is a point in every horror story where the narrator quietly stops being the victim and starts being something else. Most of them never admit it. I do not get that luxury. The shift did not happen in a single day. There was no moment where I looked in a mirror and didn't recognize the man staring back. It was quieter than that. Smaller. It crept in sideways. The way smoke seeps under a closed door long before flame shows itself. It started with a kitchen fire, middle-class neighborhood, cul-de-sac like 100 others, vinyl siding, plastic flamingo in the yard, an American flag out front as if patriotism could keep bad luck away. The call came in as grease fire, occupied structure, which usually meant some poor bastard had thrown water on a pan and turned their stove into a flamethrower. By the time I got there, the first-in crew had kept it to the room of origin. Flames licked up the wall behind the stove, chewing their way along the cabinets. Smoke billowed out over the ceiling in a choking gray wave, leaving black streaks where it kissed the drywall. The homeowner, a man in his 50s wearing pajama pants and a t-shirt with a college logo older than his kids, stood on the lawn, bare feet in the cold grass, hands in his hair. His eyes darted between the front door and the engine like he was trying to decide which one could fix this faster. No one else inside. The lieutenant told me as I walked up, we pushed them out. Knockdown's easy if we get in there in the next 60 seconds. I should have nodded. I should have said, do it. I should have stood back and let the pros beat the fire into submission, then gone in later with my camera and my notebook and my calm. Clinical questions. Instead, I glanced past him, through the front window, on the far wall of the kitchen, just visible through the rolling smoke. I saw it. Not clearly. Not like Ellis's basement shadows. Just a smudge above the cabinets. A darker patch of soot where there shouldn't have been any yet. vaguely human, arms a little too long, head elongated at the back, like someone had shoved their thumb into the wet paint of reality and stretched it. My hands heated. The bones in my fingers felt like they were sitting in warm water, a slow, inside-out heat, completely separate from the ambient temperature. The lieutenant followed my gaze. "Ceiling's gonna go if it gets a foothold," he said. "We're good to make entry." He was asking out of habit more than necessity. They didn't need my permission. My job was to reconstruct the crime scene of what fire had done, not to direct the crime in progress. "Yeah," I said. "Give it 30 seconds. He frowned. "You sure you see something I don't?" I forced a shrug. "Just want to make sure it's not in the walls before you push it into the attic. Hit it from the side first. Let it show you where it wants to go." It sounded plausible enough. Reasonable, like the Ash Whisperer doing his thing. He nodded, gave a hand signal, turned to bark orders. 30 seconds is nothing in the normal course of a day. It's the time it takes to microwave your coffee so it's drinkable again. The length of a commercial when you just want your show back. In a burning kitchen, 30 seconds is a lifetime. We all just let it live. Flames climbed greedily, finding unpainted wood above the cabinets, gorging themselves on grease in the vent hood. The smudge on the wall seemed to shift, the darkness thickening, arms lengthening. I heard the homeowner sob once, a short, strangled sound, then clamp his hand over his mouth like he was afraid of bothering us. "Okay," I said. "Finally. Go." The crew went in, lines charged, nozzles sweeping. Water hit fire with a familiar whoosh and a hiss, knocking chunks of flame off the walls, sending steam boiling back into the room. From where I stood, I could hear the crackle. It is a sound I know too well. Wood crackling, paint blistering, plastic warping in the heat. I have heard it in 100 rooms. That day, underneath it all, I heard something else. The faint, brittle crackle of bone. Not a lot, not dramatic, just threads of a new sound woven into the old. Like a second instrument joining a chorus on a note only I could hear. Somewhere in the wall above the stove, between the studs, something hard was giving way, or waking up. When the smoke finally thinned and the flames were out, I went in with my camera, stepping around puddles, listening to my boots squeak on the wet tile. The ceiling above the stove had gone, fallen inward in soggy, blackened clumps. Char streaked upward in a V, marking the path of the heat. Up near the joists, on the vertical face of a stud, was a small, unnatural mark. A patch of darker char, oval, shadow burned into the wood grain. I ran my fingers over it. The wood was still warm. The homeowner hovered in the doorway, eyes wide. "Can you fix it?" he asked the lieutenant. Is it going to be okay?" "We'll get you boarded up," the lieutenant said automatically. "Red Cross can help with a hotel if you need it. Insurance will." None of that was my part. My part was taking pictures, making notes, filing reports. I did all three. I wrote grease fire on the form, 'cause unattended pan. Contributing factors: lack of lid, combustible material nearby. The report was accurate. It just wasn't complete. Because the truth was, I had seen that smudge on the wall and, just for a moment, I had chosen to let the fire chew a little deeper, to let the heat lick at whatever that darker patch was, to give it one more breath of flame than it strictly needed. Let it burn the anchor out. Let it sterilize. That's what I told myself later. sitting at my kitchen table with a cup of coffee that had gone cold an hour ago. I told myself I was doing what Ellis had tried to do on a grander scale, using fire as a wall, not a weapon. Let it burn long enough, hot enough, and maybe whatever was riding the pattern would dissolve. It sounded almost noble in my head. In reality, I'd stood there and watched a man's kitchen, his pictures on the fridge, his kids' drawings, his handwritten recipes go up just a little higher, burn just a little longer, because a part of me wanted to hear bone crackle in the flames. This is where I stopped being the good guy in my own story. I tell you now, whoever you are, if I ever was, it did not happen overnight, but the slope was greased. I started delaying more often, not a lot, not enough to get anyone killed, not yet. A few seconds here, a half minute there, enough to let heat find that strange, shadowy patch on the wall or ceiling, enough to hear, underneath the roar and the hiss, that faint, dry snapping sound that told me something else was in the mix. I justified every one of them. A basement laundry room where the paint on one wall had bubbled in a pattern that made my hands burn when I looked at it. I let the crew work another minute before sending them down, telling myself the extra heat would reveal hidden chases. A shed behind a rental property where the flames crawled up one corner inexplicably fast, leaving an almost human smear of char. I stood and watched the roof cave in before calling it safe to enter. Each time, I recorded the origin carefully. Each time, I wrote my cause: faulty wiring, improper storage, human error. Each time, the smell of cooked bone hung around just a little longer than it should have. Each time, something in my chest loosened, like I'd scratched an itch I hadn't known I had. The rest of my life shrank around it. I stopped going to family gatherings. My sister called twice about some birthday dinner for one of my nephews. I let both calls go to voicemail and texted her back with excuses, double shifts, late reports. You know how it is, I wrote, as if she had any idea. Friends stopped calling after I bailed on enough bar nights. Even the guys from the department learned to leave me off the group texts when they were meeting up to watch a game. You don't keep inviting a ghost. My diet narrowed down to whatever I could get without effort: gas station coffee thick enough to strip paint. Frozen pizza slid onto the oven rack at midnight. Microwaved burritos eaten standing up at the sink. The cardboard boxes piled up next to the trash can. The coffee grounds stained the counter in a ring my sponge never quite erased. My apartment took on a smell that never went away. I didn't cook. I didn't smoke. I didn't burn candles. There was no reason for the place to smell faintly of things that had been on fire. But it did. A ghost of char, clinging to curtains and carpet and the cheap cushion of the futon. Not strong enough to make visitors comment, if I'd had any. Just strong enough that I noticed it every time I walked in. Sometimes lying awake at 3 a.m., staring at the ceiling. I'd wonder if I'd simply become so saturated with burned places that I carried the scent with me. A walking accumulation of other people's disasters. A human wick. Other nights, when the smoke detector blinked and the bones in my hands warmed and the walls made their tiny cracking sounds. I had another thought. Maybe the smell wasn't lingering. Maybe it was leaking. Out of the places I'd been. Out of the fires I'd fed. Out of the corridor I'd helped open and then tried to close with half measures. The more I read Ellis's notes, the more I saw myself in them. He hadn't started by lighting his own house on fire. He'd started with equations, with controlled experiments, with just one more test. He told himself he was building something he could govern. When it slipped its leash, he tried to burn it back behind the wall with a grand gesture of destruction. I was doing it backward. I wasn't building a frame. I was walking around with a fragment of anchor in my pocket and a borrowed pattern in my bones, using other people's houses as petri dishes, turning kitchen ceilings and basement walls into test patches where the thing behind the corridor could stretch itself. I told myself I was trying to cauterize it, to make sure if it had touched a place, it couldn't root there. Let it burn the anchor out. Let it sterilize, I whispered under my breath sometimes, watching flames crawl. Whatever was on the other side had to be listening. Because every time I let a fire run just a little longer, the static in my life got louder. The counting on the radio came more often. The tapping in the morgue, the clicks in my walls, and somewhere under all of it, I could feel the corridor leaning closer, tasting the smoke on my clothes, learning I was becoming Ellis, whether I wanted to or not. The difference was, when he finally lit his own house, he knew exactly what he was trying to wall off. I was still pretending there was a line between what I was doing and the monster I said I was fighting, even as the heat seeped deeper into my bones. 6.2. Fire as a scalpel, not a weapon. I started telling myself I was being precise. That was the word that made it feel less monstrous precise. Surgical. Fire not as a blunt instrument that eats everything in its path, but as a scalpel, something you guide, something you aim. You pick your spots. You cut out the rot. That is what I told myself. Anyway, in practice, it meant I started choosing where I wanted the fire to linger. You learn, over time, that not every square foot of a burning structure is equal. Some corners are just drywall and dust. Others are where the story lives, the place the flame started, the place it wants to go, the place where something invisible has sunk its hooks. Those were the places I started leaving alone, on paper. I was still the same investigator. I still walked scenes with my notebook and camera, still lectured rookies on reading smoke color and following V patterns, still gave talks about the importance of early detection and proper extinguishers at department safety days. I became very popular with the younger firefighters for a while. They liked the way I could stand outside a structure, watch the way the smoke curled out of a broken window, and tell them what the fire was doing inside. See how it's rolling over and coming back in, I'd say, pointing. That means it's starving. It's going to be searching for air, probably up through the stairwell. If you go in that door, it'll ride your hose line right over your head. I taught them to watch how paint blistered around door frames, how to taste the heat with the back of their hand without committing their whole arm to a bad decision, how to listen to the pitch of a crackle and know if the ceiling was about to come down. I did not teach them about the other things. I didn't point out the places where char darkened in shapes vaguely like twisted limbs. I didn't explain why sometimes, in certain houses, the hair on my arms stood up when I looked at a particular patch of wall. I didn't tell them that, occasionally. When I stared at a smudge of soot long enough, it resolved into the faint outline of a skull turned just so, its empty sockets lined up with mine. Those places I kept to myself. Those places I gave to the fire. One of the worst was the old warehouse out past the industrial park. It had started life as a feed store back when the town was small and the highway was 2 lanes. By the time I got called there, it had been half converted into cheap storage units, half an afterthought. Corrugated metal skin, wooden posts inside, concrete floor stained by 50 years of spilled things. The call came in just before midnight. Large structure, visible flames, unknown cause. By the time I rolled up, the night sky above the building was orange, the kind of glow that makes your stomach drop. Crews were already stretched out, lines snaking across the gravel lot. Water arced in bright, white curves against the black outline of the warehouse. Steam rolled, spitting back at the men on the nozzles. The air was a mix of wet ash and burned dust. "Looks like it started back corner," the incident commander told me, pointing toward the far end. "Nobody's supposed to be inside. Power's been cut to half the building for months. Could be squatters, could be kids, could be nothing. We'll know when it's out." I walked the perimeter, staying out of their way, letting the patterns right themselves. Through one broken bay door, I could see row after row of wooden support posts marching down the length of the space. The flames had already chewed through a few, but the old timber was thick and stubborn, glowing deep red under its black coat. About halfway along, in the back corner the IC had mentioned, my flashlight beam caught on something. On one of the posts, just at my eye level, the soot had taken on a shape. Most burned wood looks like alligator skin, cracked, flaky, random. This wasn't random. It was an oval the size of a human face, slightly elongated vertically. Within it, two darker hollows sat where eye sockets would be. Below, a crescent of deeper black suggested teeth. A blurred, smoky skull looking right at me. Something in my chest twisted. My hands warmed, that familiar inside-out heat blooming in the bones of my fingers. I stepped closer to the open bay, squinting through the shifting smoke. Heat washed over my face, dry and intense. The skull shape pulsed slightly as flames licked up the far side of the post, casting it in alternately brighter and dimmer relief. Behind me, someone yelled, "We got extension to the rafters! You want us to push deeper on that corner?" I could have said yes. I could have told them to sweep that back area, drown it, knock everything down hard. It would have been the smart call. It would have been the safe one. For whatever the hell safe means in a place like that. Instead, I lifted a hand, kept my eyes on the skull, and said, "Hit the center aisle first. It's probably running toward the middle. That corner will cook on its own. Let it burn through and vent before you go near it." The crew changed their angle. The stream shifted away from the back corner, toward the glow at the heart of the building. The skull on the post grinned at me, smoke curling from its hollow eye. The fire climbed. It licked up the timber, greedier now that it didn't have a direct blast of water interrupting it. The blackened face vanished for a second under a sheet of orange, then reappeared, sharper, as the grain of the wood split under the heat. I watched it. When the flame finally reached the level of the skull's eyes, something happened that I still don't have language for. The crackling roar of the burning timber didn't change in volume, but inside my head, another sound slammed into me. A scream. It did not come through my ears. It hit somewhere behind my forehead. A raw, jagged shriek that made my vision swim. My knees unlocked. I grabbed the door frame with my free hand to keep from going down. For a split second, it was Ryan's voice, high and wrecked, and full of that same wild panic I'd seen when the hand closed on his throat. "Marshall," I heard him shout. Although whether he actually said my name or I stuffed it into the sound on my own, I can't swear. Then, mid-word, the scream dropped. It shifted from familiar to something else deeper, broader, like another throat had opened up behind his. The pitch doubled down. Two voices layered, one human, one not, both howling in a key nothing in the world has any business using. My teeth hurt. The pressure in my skull spiked, like someone was trying to pry my thoughts apart with claws. I squeezed my eyes shut. It stopped. When I opened them, the skull shape was gone. The post where it had been was now just a blackened, cracking column of wood on the verge of failure. The corner behind it had collapsed inward, a pile of glowing coals and twisted metal. "Marshal," someone shouted over the general chaos. "You good?" I forced air into my lungs, made my voice steady. "Yeah. Just smoke got in my eyes. Keep that stream sweeping left. Let that back corner fall in on itself. Fire as a scalpel, not a weapon." That's what I told myself while my hands shook just enough that I had to hide them in my pockets. Cut out the infected piece. Let the flame eat the anchor. You're doing them a favor. After that night, my apartment stove stopped being just an appliance. I do not cook much. Like I said, most days, the oven is storage for pans I never use. But every once in a while, habit or guilt would push me to make something that required actual heat. Pasta, eggs, nothing complicated. The first time I twisted the knob on the gas range after the warehouse fire, I noticed it. That tiny delay between the gas starting to flow and the igniter sparking. Normally, it's just empty time, a fraction of a second. Gas hisses. The click, click, click of the igniter follows. Flame blooms. This time, in the slice of silence between the hiss beginning and the first click, I heard something else, a whisper. So faint I could have written it off as imagination, as the scrape of the metal knob, as the rush of gas through the line. But the word formed anyway, right behind my ear. More. I froze, hand hovering over the burner. The igniter snapped. Blue flame jumped up, and the sound was gone. Just the normal whoosh of gas catching and the gentle roar of a ring of fire doing what it was designed to do. I swallowed, chalked it up to nerves, cooked my food. The next time, it was the same. Hiss. Hair-thin beat of silence. A scrap of a word. Riding the nothing. More. Sometimes it sounded like Ryan, sometimes like Ellis from the recordings, his breath failing. Sometimes like a voice that had learned just enough human cadence to shape the sound and was practicing with my own guilt as incentive. Always that one syllable. Always in the breath before ignition. Never after. More. Fire as a scalpel, not a weapon. You tell yourself that enough times, it stops sounding like rationalization and starts sounding like orders. But the scalpel wasn't in my hand anymore. It was in whatever leaned through the doors I kept opening. Using my eyes to pick its targets, my hesitation to feed its hunger, my stove to whisper back its approval. 6.3. The night it spoke in my own voice. I have this habit I picked up years ago. Before any of this, when a case feels too big to hold in my head, I sit at the kitchen table, set my phone down between the salt shaker and the ring of coffee on the laminate, and talk into it. No audience, no drama, just me narrating the timeline, walking myself through details out loud, like I am dictating a report to somebody who will never actually hear it. Later, if I need to, I play it back, listen for things I missed, hear where my voice tightens when I hit something I do not want to admit. It used to be a way to stay honest. Now it is just one more thing I ruined. The night it happened. The apartment felt smaller than usual. The fridge was doing that thing where it hummed louder than it needed to. A low, constant vibration leaking through the cheap cabinets, somewhere in the building. A neighbor's TV was playing a game show, bursts of canned laughter bleeding faintly through the wall, like a party happening 3 dimensions to the left. The shard of Ryan's bone sat in its bag on the table, pushed off to one side like a guilty talisman. Ellis's notebook lay open, pages smudged with fingerprints and ash. I pushed both a couple inches away and set the phone down in the middle of the scarred surface. The recording app looked innocuous. Red circle, timer. I'd used it 100 times for 100 fires. I hit record. Case file, I said, more out of habit than anything. Unofficial, for my own sanity check. My voice sounded flat in the quiet room. The phone screen showed the thin blue waveform dancing as I spoke. Ellis fire, I went on. Initial call at 01:48 hours. Cul-de-sac on the hill. Single-family dwelling, high-value property. Reported as possible electrical. On arrival. Heavy smoke showing from main structure. Significant involvement in basement. I walked through the facts first, where I'd parked. What the first-in crew had said. The way the house had smelled. Sour and wet. The hidden room behind the broken concrete. The ring of bone. Every so often, I'd stop talking to find the right word, to rewind an image in my head. In those tiny gaps, the apartment's noises slid in fridge hum, distant traffic, my own breathing. When I got to Ryan, my voice snagged. Accompanied by Lieutenant Ryan McClellan on second entry, I said, "Off duty. We were there to double-check structural integrity prior to demo. Unofficial visit." I paused. On the table, the phone screen dimmed slightly, then brightened again as I tapped it. I pulled in a breath, held it while the words lined up. "In the hidden room," I said finally. We attempted to replicate Ellis's alignment conditions. Partial recreation, limited heat, limited power. I told myself it was to test if the frame was still active. I stopped again. This time, I did not talk to catch my breath. I stopped because the memory hit like a punch. Ryan's eyes going wide, the hand around his throat, the sound of his leg bones snapping like a dry branch. I clamped my jaw shut, let the silence stretch. You know that feeling when you are about to say something you cannot ever take back, that slow skating along the edge of a cliff. It felt like that. Eventually, I inhaled and forced the next sentence out. "I think fire is the only thing standing between us and it," I said. I think I trailed off, words shriveling halfway out. The fridge motor cut off with a thunk. The apartment fell into one of those unnerving dead silences where even the building seems to be holding its breath. I stared at the phone for a second, then hit stop. The timer froze. 0937. The app saved automatically. The file name defaulted to the date and time 2024_11_ Just another line in a list of my own mutterings. I sat there a minute longer, listening to my pulse in my ears. The smoke detector blinked its little green light down the hallway. Then I hit play. There is something inherently unnerving about your own recorded voice. Even on a good day, it always sounds wrong, thinner, higher, like you are listening to a stranger doing a bad impression of you. Hearing myself talk about Ellis in that reedy stranger voice made my skin crawl. Single-family dwelling, high-value property. Past me was saying, reported as possible electrical, on arrival, heavy smoke showing. I listened. Elbows on the table, fingers steepled in front of my mouth. At first, it was exactly what I remembered. The words came in the order I'd spoken them, the little ums and pauses, the occasional throat clear, and the breathing. Here's the thing when you record yourself. You do not notice your own breathing until you play it back. Then it's all you can hear. The tiny rush of air between sentences. The little huff when you laugh at your own bad joke. On the playback, my breathing was there. It was also doubled. Every time my voice paused, every time I could remember drawing in a breath and holding it while I looked for the next sentence. The recording did something wrong. There was still breathing. Not my quick, uneven inhale. A second rhythm underneath it, deeper, slower, like someone else sitting very close to the mic. A long pull of air, a measured exhale. My words rode on top of it, like a voiceover laid onto an existing track. When present me reached up and unconsciously matched my own past pause, sucking in a breath. Holding it without meaning to, the overwriting me on the recording did not stop. I heard myself fall silent. I heard myself not breathe. Underneath, the other breathing kept going at its steady pace. In, out, in, out. The hair on the back of my neck lifted. I could have stopped the recording right there. I didn't. Curiosity, fear, stupidity. They all braided together in one tight rope that kept my finger off the screen. We attempted to replicate Ellis's alignment conditions. Past me said, partial recreation, limited heat, limited power. I told myself it was to test if the frame was still active. There was the pause, the same one I'd felt, the same one where, at the table, I had clamped my mouth shut and counted the fractures in my memory. On the recording, you could hear my breath catch. You could also hear the other one keep going, deep and calm. When my voice came back in, it did with the same line I remembered. I think fire is the only thing standing between us and it. Past me said. I braced for the silence I knew had come next. The moment I dropped the sentence halfway, unable to complete it, the recording did not go silent. My voice kept talking. And I think you're almost ready to burn for me too. It said, same voice, same cadence, the same little scrape of consonants, the same Ohio flattened vowels. If you played it for anyone else, they would swear it was just me talking. But I had not said that sentence. I remembered stopping. I remembered my jaw locking, my tongue going dry. I remembered my throat refusing to let anything else out. Hearing that same throat on the recording drop into a slightly lower register and add a line I did not give it. My stomach turned cold. The phrase itself was wrong in a way that scraped at my nerves. Not just the meaning, the structure. I do not say burn for me about people. That is not how my brain strings words together. It sounded like something that had listened to me long enough to mimic my tone but hadn't fully learned what I would or would not say. And I think you're almost ready to burn for me too. On the playback, after that line, there was a sound like a soft, slow exhale. Not mine. The other ones. I jabbed my thumb at the stop button. Nothing happened. The audio kept rolling. I could hear myself breathing again, quick and shallow above the steady, patient in-out of the second rhythm. I stabbed at the screen harder. Pause. Stop. Exit. Nothing responded. The little blue waveform kept tracing itself across the timeline. Come on, I muttered. Come on. Come on. The phone buzzed gently in my hand. A system message popped up over the recording. File cannot be deleted while in use. For a second, I thought maybe I'd hit the trash icon instead of stop. My finger must have slipped. That happens. That happens. Except the file was in use by what the only device playing it was the one in my hand. I hit the home button, swiped up to kill the app. It resisted, hanging for a second longer than it should have, then vanished. The screen returned to my clutter of icons. The sound did not stop, almost ready to burn for me too. My voice said from the thin speaker grill at the bottom, despite the fact that, according to the phone, nothing was running. I turned the volume all the way down. The voice kept playing. Burn for me. I did what any rational man who has spent his life dealing in heat and evidence and hard facts does when his own voice starts freelancing on the hardware. I dropped the phone onto the table like it had bitten me. The recording went on for another 4 seconds. Dead air. The deep, alien breathing. A faint crackle, like static or bones cooling. Then, abruptly, it cut. The fridge kicked back on. The smoke detector blinked. I picked the phone up with 2 fingers and checked the app again. The file was there, sitting in the list. 0941 total. The timestamp matched. The little waveform thumbnail showed the extra tail at the end. I selected it, hit delete. This time, the confirmation popped up like normal. Are you sure you want to delete this recording? Yes. The file vanished. The phone went still in my hand. Just a warm piece of glass and circuits again. No voice, no breathing. The quiet that followed felt less like relief and more like someone on the other end of a line had hung up. I sat there for a long time. The phone on the table, my hands flat on either side of it. Up until that point, the thing had used other people's mediums to talk. Ellis's emails, his lab notes, his recordings, layered with second voices and extra breaths. It had bent the tools and the data of a dead physicist to its purpose. Now it had mine. It had my phone in its pocket, my recording habits, my timing, my sentence structure. It had listened to enough of my case notes and late-night muttering to copy the shape of my voice, the rhythm of my breathing. The pattern of my bones was not just something it pulled on through heat anymore. It was a template. It didn't need physicists or lab notes anymore. It had my skull as a template. 7.1. Building the final fire. By the time you hear this, I have already lit one last fire I was never supposed to start. I am back at the same cheap kitchen table, laptop open, smoke detector blinking in the hallway, fridge groaning like it's tired of this story. It's 2-something in the morning again. The parking lot outside my window is the same Walmart sign buzzing, sodium lights painting everything sick yellow, a delivery truck hissing as it backs into the dock. The difference between that first night and this one is simple. Back then, I was still pretending I was only telling you what fire had done to me. Now I know exactly what I did to fire. A few days before I started typing this email, I went back to the Ellis house one last time. They were finally going to put it out of its misery. If you've never seen a building waiting to die the second, final time, it's a special kind of ugly. The first death is the fire. The second is paperwork and diesel. The Ellis place had both hanging over it. By then, the county had signed off on demo bids. An excavator sat up the street on a lowboy trailer. The boom folded like a sleeping animal. A laminated permit fluttered from a nail on what was left of the front porch. Fluorescent orange spray paint scrawled across the front wall in block letters, Demo OK, with arrows and numbers only the crew would understand. Someone had painted a big X across the address numbers. Forget this one. The city had written. In the language of bureaucracy, it seemed like the right backdrop for what I was planning. I didn't take the county truck this time. I took my own, the same pickup that still sometimes hummed static when I turned the key. In the bed, under an old tarp, I had a red plastic gas can filled to the brim, a cardboard box with a few accelerant testing supplies I'd borrowed and never returned, and my kit bag. In the kit bag, Ellis's half-burned notebook, tucked into a manila folder, and a small, labeled evidence bag containing a shard of bone the size of my thumb's first knuckle. Ryan. I had told myself for weeks that I didn't know what to do with that fragment. That was true. It was also a lie. The longer I carried it, the more obvious the real reason became it wasn't mine to keep. And it sure as hell wasn't meant to sit in my kitchen like a paperweight. If the thing behind the corridor learned through bone, then maybe giving it back to the fire that had almost killed it once would be the closest thing to a cure I was ever going to find. Fire as a wall. That was how Ellis had phrased it. He had tried to build one around his experiment by burning his whole life down. I didn't have a family or a reputation to stack on the pyre. But I had one thing he didn't, a front row seat to what happens when you let this thing learn your pattern. I parked a block down from the Ellis place, killed the headlights, and walked the rest of the way with my collar up, gas can handle biting into my palm. The wind cut through my jacket, full of the bitter chemical tang of road salt and exhaust. A dog barked somewhere, sharp and annoyed. A porch light flicked on, then off again when whoever lived there decided I wasn't interesting enough to watch. The chain link panel across the driveway was back, a new lock threaded through it. Demo crew only said the tag zip-tied to the gate. I stepped off the driveway into the dead grass, boots crunching on frozen ground, and walked around. These fences, the temporary rental kind, never really hug a property. There's always a gap somewhere. I found mine at the back corner, where the panel didn't quite meet the tree line. I slipped through, the gas can sloshing softly with each step, and came up the slope behind the scarred carcass of the house. Up close, it looked worse than the last time I'd been here. Weather had had its way. Snow melt had eaten at the char. The bones of the place blackened studs, half-collapsed joists stuck up like ribs through rotten flesh. Somebody had spray-painted a date on what was left of the garage, March 15th. That was when the excavator would finish what the fire had started. The air carried that same old ghost smell, cold smoke, and something sour underneath. My hands heated before I even stepped through the missing back wall. The bones in my fingers prickled. Last time, I told the empty house, you don't get a third act. The stairs down to the basement had not improved. Part of the railing was gone entirely. The treads were furry with ash. I descended slowly, gas can banging lightly against my knee, each footstep sending tiny puffs of black powder into the air. At the bottom, the hidden room yawned like a wound. The arch still stood, stubborn steel ribs reaching up toward the ceiling. The ring of bone in the floor was visible through a thin film of grime and soot. Bits of skull and vertebrae embedded in the concrete like fossils in a riverbed. The shadow burns on the back wall were dimmer, but still there, two stretched figures, arms too long, heads bent back unnaturally. This was where I'd opened it. This was where it had reached through and taken Ryan. This was where Ellis had tried to burn his mistake into submission and failed. The notebook in my bag felt heavier than paper. I set the gas can down near the ring and took the folder out, flipping it open to the last page that still held legible words. If breach occurs, burn everything, especially me. Ellis had underlined that sentence twice. His pen had dug hard enough to score the paper, I wondered. Not for the first time. What he'd sounded like when he realized the fire wasn't going to be enough. "I'm not you," I muttered. "More for myself than for the shadows. I'm not going to try to realign it. I'm not opening anything. I'm just finishing the burn." It sounded thin even to me. The evidence bag crackled when I took it out. The little bone fragment inside looked small and stupid now. Just a sliver of white against cloudy plastic. "Sorry, buddy," I said. Because I still owed Ryan more words than I'd ever given him. "I shouldn't have taken you out in the first place." I set the bag on a patch of relatively clean concrete near the ring. Then I opened the gas can. If you've ever been around accelerant work, you know gas has a specific smell, sharp, chemical, almost sweet under the solvent stink. The air in the hidden room filled with it fast, layering on top of the cold smoke until my eyes watered. I poured it in a rough circle around the frame. The liquid glugged out in a steady rhythm, splashing onto the concrete, into the ring, over the embedded bone. It soaked into the cracks, dripped into whatever voids the heat had carved before. I made sure to hit the base of the arch, the anchor bolts, the groove where the skull fragments sat. Then I walked the stream out further, sloshing a trail along the floor toward the back wall. The shadow burns watched me, faceless and still. I swept the nozzle up, slinging gas across them in uneven arcs, streaking the burned silhouettes with wet shine. By the time the can was empty, the room reeked, the air going almost syrup thick in my nose. I stepped back to the door, pulled the little Bic lighter from my jacket pocket, and stood there for a second, thumb hovering over the wheel. On some level, even now, part of me hoped I'd strike. The flame would catch, and nothing would happen except a normal, ugly, simple fire, heat and smoke and collapse. A final, stupid arson scene I'd get arrested for if I was caught. A human mistake instead of a supernatural one. Another part of me, bigger, if I'm honest, wanted to see what happened when you gave the thing locked behind the world a last, all-in blaze. Wall, not weapon, I whispered, quoting a dead man. Then I lit the lighter. The little flame looked pathetic at first, just a blue-orange tongue wobbling in the draft, the kind you use to light a cigarette or a candle. When I touched it to the nearest streak of gasoline, the room inhaled. There was no delicate, creeping travel of fire along the liquid trail, no shy, exploratory licking. The second the flame kissed the gas, the whole circle answered. Heat slammed into me like a shove. The ring lit first. A line of orange snapped into existence around the embedded bone, racing along the groove, drawing a tight, perfect circle of fire. It looked like it had been waiting, like the gas had only reminded it what it was supposed to be doing. Flame crawled up the frame next, climbing in smooth sheets along the steel. It didn't gutter, it clung, wrapping the uprights, arching over the top so that, for a moment, the gate was a full halo of fire. When the streams I'd flicked onto the wall caught, the shadow burns vanished behind a roiling sheet of yellow-orange. The sound hit then in full. If you've never been in a confined, burning space, you don't know how loud it is. People think of fire as a roar, and it is. But up close there are so many layers. The rushing exhale of burning gas, the constant hiss of moisture turning to steam, the crackle and pop of material giving up its shape. Underneath it all, that day, were other sounds. The bone in the ring reacted like nothing I'd ever seen. It started with little pops, the sort you get when you throw a wet log into a campfire. Then they multiplied, faster, wetter. The skull fragments expanded and burst, sending tiny shards into the air. Each one sounded like a kernel of popcorn with meat still stuck to it. A slick, greasy explosion instead of a dry crack. Beneath the popping, there was shouting. At first, I thought it was my brain filling in the noise. Fire scenes are chaotic. You hear things that aren't there. But as the temperature climbed and the flames leaned in on the frame, the shouting resolved into voices. Plural. They were buried in the fire's roar, in the way static buries music when a station fades. But once I heard them, I couldn't unhear them. Ryan came first. I know how that sounds. I also know his voice better than I wish I did. It was the same wrecked tone I'd heard when the thing in the corridor yanked him off his feet, pitched upward into a raw, wordless scream. It threaded through the crackling like a live wire, peaking when the flames licked highest around the ring. Then I heard Ellis. I'd listened to enough of his recordings that his cadence was etched into my nerves. His voice in the fire sounded hoarser, more frayed. But it was him pleading, words tumbling over each other, some in English, some in a language I didn't know. Stop. I caught. Burn it and too late and please in between strings of syllables that felt like someone trying to chew concrete. Behind them, other voices joined in. Men. Women. Tones I didn't recognize. Some howling, some whispering hard enough that it cut under the rest like a knife. A child, once high and shrill for half a second before being drowned out. All of them layered in one nauseating chorus, rising and falling with the movement of the fire. And then there was the one that really made my spine lock. Mine. I heard myself, clear as if I was standing beside myself in that room, yelling over the flames. Only I wasn't yelling. My mouth was clamped shut. My teeth were grinding. I could feel my throat working, but no sound came out. The version of my voice in the fire didn't care. I told you. It shouted, words shredding into the heat. I told you. Wall, not weapon. The rest dissolved in a static shriek, the syllables torn apart by the rush of air. The whole thing sounded less like separate people and more like one massive churning signal. A radio tuned between stations, catching fragments of 1,000 transmissions at once. Every scream, every plea, every laugh, yes. There was laughter in there too. Wet and delighted blurred into one long, ragged band of noise riding the fire up the walls. Static, made of human noise. I don't know how long I stood there, half blinded by heat, listening to myself and everyone else burn. Long enough for the frame to start warping, the steel groaning as it softened. Long enough for the bone in the ring to go from popping to hissing, collapsing into a bubbling black slurry. Long enough for the wall behind the shadows to crack, a long vertical line opening in the concrete like a smile. Long enough to realize that whatever I thought I was walling off, I had also just fed. The fire climbed, and the static screamed, and somewhere in the middle of it all, one voice, mine, not mine, laughed like it had just learned a new trick it couldn't wait to try again. 7.2. What the fire didn't kill. Fire is greedy, but it is also stupid. It will eat anything you give it, bite down until its teeth hit stone, then move on without ever asking what was inside the meal. In that basement, for a few minutes, I thought that stupidity was finally on my side. The frame went first. Steel does not like that kind of heat in a confined space. It flexed, groaned, and then under the steady assault of the gasoline-fueled flames. It sagged. The arch that had once held the corridor like a picture frame began to slump in the middle, the top bar bowing downward, the uprights leaning inward like they were tired. The paint, what little had been left, bubbled and ran in black, oily streaks. Then the metal itself changed color, glowing dull red in places, then orange. One of the anchor bolts at the base snapped with a sharp metallic ping I felt in my molars. The frame tilted. Half of it collapsed inward, crashing onto the burning ring with a shower of sparks. The impact sent a wave of flame outward along the floor, licking up my pant legs just long enough to make my skin prickle before I stumbled backward, arm up over my face. The ring did not go quietly either. Bone is not meant to cook twice. The fragments embedded in the concrete swelled and burst, each one a wet little explosion. The pops came faster, closer together, until they blended into a rapid-fire series of cracks like someone stepping on a nest of light bulbs. The concrete around the groove started to spiderweb. Lines radiated outward from the circle, thin gray cracks that widened as the heat pushed into them. Chips flaked off, bouncing across the floor like teeth. The ring that had been so precise when Ellis cut it began to crumble, edges flaking away, the curve dissolving into jagged shards. The wall with the shadow burns held out longer than I expected. Flame rolled over the charred silhouettes, erasing them, replacing the delicate outlines with ugly, universal black. For a second, as the concrete heated unevenly, one of the heads seemed to bulge outward, a blister of lighter color swelling under the soot. Then the vertical crack I'd seen before split open with a deep, wet-sounding thunk. A segment of wall slumped inward. Chunks broke free, bouncing into the fire, sending up gusts of sparks and dust. The room shuddered around me. A piece of ceiling dropped somewhere behind my left shoulder with a thud that made my knees twitch. This was the part where any sane person would have run. I did. Eventually, but not before I watched the thing that had haunted every corner of my life for the past months get swallowed by the dumbest, oldest force I understand. The steel frame glowed brighter, then dimmed as its shape failed. One side toppled completely, falling out of its arch and collapsing into the ring. The bone slurry hissed and spat, then flattened into a bubbling, tar-black pool. The voices in the flames rose to a single, teeth-grinding peak. For a moment, the screaming, pleading, laughing mass of them became something almost like a chord, awful and wrong. Too many notes stacked together. It pressed against my eardrums, against the inside of my skull, like the air itself was trying to vibrate me apart. Then, piece by piece, they dropped out. Ellis went quiet first, his thread of frantic apology cut mid-word, like someone had finally yanked his microphone. The strangers faded next, their cries thinning into the roar. Ryan hung on the longest. His voice tore through the others right up until the moment a support beam above cracked and dumped a sheet of burning debris down onto what was left of the frame. Then even that cut off, swallowed by the avalanche of sound. The fire roared on without him. The static that had carried all those voices flattened, becoming just noise again. Regular, choking, plain old fire noise. Crackling and hissing and the low, continuous growl of combustion, without the thing riding on it. The blaze almost felt empty. I don't remember deciding to move. One instant I was standing 3 steps inside the doorway, face hot, eyes streaming, jacket front baking. The next, I was stumbling backward into the main basement, shoulder catching the half-charred door frame hard enough to bruise. A chunk of the ceiling gave up and fell where I'd been standing a second earlier. It burst apart on the floor, sending chunks of flaming insulation skittering toward my boots. My survival instincts finally took the wheel. I turned and bolted up the stairs. Heat chased me, licking at the back of my neck. Smoke funneled up through the stairwell in a thick, hot river, wrapping around my head. I kept my body low on reflex, hand on the filthy wall, counting steps in my head, like it was a ladder in a training tower. At the top, the house was a throat full of smoke. What was left of the living room glowed dull orange, embers falling from the broken ceiling. Somewhere to my right, part of the roof collapsed with a sound like a grown man falling through sheetrock, and a gust of cold night air rushed in, feeding the fire below. I stumbled out into the yard, boots catching on debris, nearly going down when a burnt chunk of drywall slid under my foot. Fresh air hit me like a slap. I doubled over in the dead grass and coughed until I saw black spots. Snot and soot poured out of my nose. My eyes streamed, my hands both blistered now. Skin puckered and white where I'd grabbed hot metal without thinking, hung useless at my sides. Behind me, the house finally committed to its second death. Flames punched up through the roof in 2 places, then 3. Then the entire structure was a jagged silhouette full of fire. The glow lit the cul-de-sac, throwing the outlines of parked cars and trees into sharp relief. Somewhere, a neighbor shouted. A porch light snapped on. Another. Sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer. I stood in that sour orange light and watched the frame, the ring, the room where the corridor had opened go up like everything else. Just fuel. Just more stuff for the blaze to chew into black. Anonymous remains. For the first time in a long time, I felt something like relief. Not joy. Not victory. Just a loosening of a knot I had been carrying behind my ribs since the night I watched Ryan vanish into a wall. I had given it one last burn. I had taken the bone I should never have touched. The steel that should never have been built. The shadows that should never have been. And I'd thrown them all into the oldest eraser I know. By the time the first engine rounded the corner, tires squealing on the turn, I had my story ready. They piled out, gear clattering, lights painting the ruin red and blue and white. The captain on duty recognized me immediately. Jesus. Marshal, he said, pulling up short. What the hell are you doing here? I coughed again, wiped the back of my hand across my mouth, leaving a smear of soot. Got a tip the site might have reignition, I said, voice rough enough that I didn't have to fake it. Saw a glow when I was driving by. Thought it might flash over again in the basement. Went down to check. It went up fast. He squinted at the house, at me, at the path of the fire. You go in alone, he asked. Yeah, I said. Stupid. I know. Just wanted to make sure we weren't going to lose another block if some kids had been screwing around. He shook his head, half exasperated, half impressed. You're gonna die in a fire you started yourself one day. You know that wouldn't be the worst kind of symmetry. I said before I could stop myself. They took it from there. Lines were pulled. Water hit the structure. Embers hissed, steam billowed. The house sagged, then slowly crumpled inward. By the time the excavator crew showed up a few days later, there wasn't much left for them to knock over. On paper, it was easy to explain. Old fire scenes do reignite sometimes. Smoldering pockets, careless squatters, lightning, you name it. The report listed rekindled structural debris as probable cause. The fact that the debris had been doused in gasoline by a man with burned hands did not make the form. That night, back in my apartment, everything was quieter than it had any right to be. No counting on the radio, no tapping from the vents. Even the fridge seemed to hum softer, as if it were trying not to bother me. I showered for a long time, scrubbing until my skin felt raw, trying to get the smell of burned concrete and cooked bone out of my nose. When I lay down on the futon, the springs creaked in familiar protest. The smoke detector in the hallway blinked its green every so often. The Walmart sign buzzed faintly through the thin glass of my window. For the first time in months, I thought I might actually sleep. I closed my eyes. At some point, between one breath and the next, I heard it. A sound, tiny and internal, not from the walls, not from the ceiling, not from the building at all, from inside my own head. Crack. It was small, like a knuckle popping somewhere just behind my eyes. Then another, higher up, near the crown of my skull. Not painful, more like the subtle relief of a joint sliding into a new position, like something stretching after a long nap. I held my breath. The breathing I heard next did not stop. It had been with me for a while, that extra rhythm under my own, in recordings, in the truck, in the stove's hiss. I had always been able to tell where I ended, and it began two patterns. Layered, distinct, now lying in the dark. I listened carefully. Inhale, exhale. It matched me. Exactly. Same timing, same pauses, same little hitch when my brain flashed images I did not want Ryan's skull. The corridor, the burning ring. My chest rose and fell. The sound in my ears rose and fell with it. No second rhythm, just one. Mine. Ours. I don't know how long I lay there, counting heartbeats, waiting for the other breath to reveal itself again. Hundreds. Thousands. The pulse in my temples thudded along, steady, obedient. That was when it hit me. Fire had done what it always does. It had eaten what I put in front of it. The frame, the bone in the ring, the shadows on the wall, the little baggie with Ryan's shard, tossed into the flames like an apology I couldn't say out loud. All of it gone. But the thing I had been trying to wall off had never just been in the steel or the concrete. It had learned. It had used Ellis's skull, Ryan's skull, all the half-cooked ones left behind in car wrecks and house fires. It had listened to their bones, picked up their patterns, the same way it had picked up my voice off a stupid phone app. By the time I poured gas in that basement, it didn't need the hardware anymore. Fire can only burn what's in front of it. The frame, the house, the visible anchor points. It can't reach the vibration that lives in a frequency. It can't erase a pattern woven into the way your own bone sings when heat gets close. Lying there on that cheap futon, in that cheap apartment above a parking lot and a Walmart, and a world that thinks it's safe as long as the smoke detectors blink. I finally understood I had not starved it. I had fed it one last time, and then taken it somewhere fire couldn't follow. Inside the walls of my own skull. 7.3. The sound you might hear after this story. By the time whoever runs this channel is reading these words out loud in that calm storyteller voice, I do not know if I will still be in this chair, or if I will be standing under my smoke detector, listening to see if it is breathing with me. That is the thing about sending this to a horror channel instead of a therapist, or a cop, or a priest. I am not asking for help. I am asking for witnesses. I need this thing to live in someone else's head for a while, so it is not only rattling around in mine. So let's talk about you for a second. Maybe you are lying in bed right now, one ear mashed into the pillow, the other one open to the room. You have your phone in your hand or on the mattress next to you. Screen dimmed. This video playing while the rest of the house sleeps. Your back is turned toward the wall. There is a narrow strip of nothing between your spine and the drywall. That little gap of air, you tell yourself, does not matter. Maybe you are sitting in your car in some grocery store parking lot, idling under a light that flickers more than it should. Maybe you are parked way out where no one else wants to park, under the dead corner of the security camera. Half listening to this while you scroll through your phone and pretend the shadow that just moved across your windshield was nothing but a plastic bag in the wind. Maybe you are in your kitchen, elbows wet from dishwater, plates clinking softly as you rinse them. Your phone is on the counter, propped up against a salt shaker, speaker turned up just enough to drown out the pipes. Behind this voice, behind these words, you can hear the hum of your fridge, the chug of your dishwasher, the little throat clears of your house settling. Wherever you are, I want you to notice something. Horror, for me, stopped being about abandoned hospitals and haunted woods a long time ago. It lives in apartments with off-white walls and popcorn ceilings. It lives in hallways with carpet that has seen too many tenants. It lives in parking lots lit by sodium lamps. It lives in the normal, boring, fluorescent places you stand without thinking. The Ellis house was exceptional. The corridor, the skulls, the frame that was the showpiece. But the thing behind it did not stay locked in one destroyed basement. It learned. It mapped itself onto ordinary spaces. It figured out that hallways in apartments make better corridors than anything you can cut into concrete. You think you are safe in your kitchen, in your car, in your bedroom. You are in the exact kind of places it likes best. I burned the frame. I cracked the ring. I turned a house that had already died once into a bonfire and stood there while voices screamed through the flames in my own throat. Walking out of that basement, black snot dripping from my nose, blisters rising on my hands. I told myself I had finally done something right. You know that feeling in horror movies when the music swells and the monster goes into the fire and everyone breathes out like it is over? That is what it felt like. For about 12 hours. Then I lay down on my futon in my little Walmart-adjacent apartment and felt my skull crack from the inside like it was stretching to make room. The breathing I had been hearing for months, that extra rhythm always just out of sync with mine, slipped into perfect time. There was no second heartbeat, no second inhale. Mine and its were the same. Fire killed the hardware. It did not kill the pattern. That is what I need you to understand before this story ends. You know the sounds in your own place. The boring, normal ones you have filtered out so hard, you do not hear them unless they stop. The fridge hum that lives under everything. The heater cycling on, making the vents tick. The faint, occasional chirp of a smoke detector that is fine, but wants to remind you it exists. Water moving through pipes in the wall. The rattle of the AC unit on the roof of your building when it kicks in. That is the soundscape it likes to live in. It does not need a 9-foot frame of steel anymore. It does not need a perfect bone ring and poured concrete. It has your ductwork, your baseboards, the hollow space between your ceiling and the upstairs neighbor's floor. It has the thin, plastic bowl of the smoke detector above your bed. And now, because you have listened this far, it has your attention. You have been breathing while this story plays. Maybe faster during some parts, maybe slower during others. Maybe you caught yourself holding your breath when I described Ryan's skull turning toward me in that corridor, or when I said the fire spoke in my voice. It has had enough time to catch your rhythm. Here is the part where you help me test something. If the guy reading this did not cut the audio between sentences, if he left the spaces where he inhaled and swallowed and checked his script, then you have not just been listening to my words. You have been listening to him breathing too. If there is an extra breath under his, one that does not quite match his pacing, you might have heard it already without noticing. A second, deeper inhale under his sentence. A slow exhale that keeps going after he stops to swallow. A little ghost of air in your headphones that does not belong to him. Let's make it easier. Wherever you are, bed, car, kitchen, whatever, do this for me. For the next 5 seconds. Stop breathing. Really stop. Do not cheat with tiny little sips. Close your mouth. Hold your chest still. Count it out in your head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Listen to what fills the silence while your lungs are on pause. If everything goes truly quiet, if the only sound is your own pulse in your ears and the distant noise of your house, you can tell yourself this whole thing is just a story. Some burned-out investigator's confession read over stock spooky music. If, in those 5 seconds, you still hear a steady, even breath in your headphones, a soft in-out that does not stutter when you do, then that one is not yours. You might tell yourself it is the narrator's. He has to breathe, after all. But think about how recordings work. How many breaths get edited out? How many pauses get shaved down so the story flows smooth? How many gaps get tightened until only the words remain? When a breath makes it through that process, when it survives compression, an EQ, and an upload, and whatever device you are using to listen, maybe it is because something wanted it there. I'm not saying listening to this one story is enough to damn you. I am saying it might be enough for it to sketch the outline. That is all it needs at first. An outline of your skull, the way your teeth sit in your jaw, the way your eardrums vibrate when the fridge kicks on, the little hitch in your inhale when you lie about being fine. Once it has that, it can fill in the rest. Look around whatever room you are in. The corner where the wall meets the ceiling, the space above your headboard, the gap under the door that leads to your hallway, the black square of your turned-off TV. Tell yourself none of those places have anything looking back. Then glance at the nearest reflective surface. Your phone screen when it goes dark between shorts. The window next to your bed. Glass gone black with night. The microwave door. The shiny chrome of your faucet. Anything that can show you a version of your own face with just enough lag for something else to slip in behind it. Right now, I am looking at my laptop screen while I type this. The document takes up most of it. Your future narrator's lines. The sentences you are hearing turned into text, black on white, in the reflection hovering over it. I can see my own face, hollow cheeks, soot-colored smudges under my eyes, hair gone thinner than it should be for my age, behind my head. The wall is just off-white, until it isn't. If I let my eyes relax, let the brightness wash out the details, something else comes into focus in the reflection. A shape on the wall that is not actually there when I turn around, but very clear in the glass. A head, too long in the back, like the bone is stretching toward something. A mouth open, no lips, teeth very white and very clean, like they have been boiled down to the enamel. No eyes, just two hollow sockets that glow faintly with light reflected from the laptop screen. Above both of us, my smoke detector has stopped blinking green. The LED is solid red now, not flashing to say low battery, not doing that polite little chirp every 40 seconds. Just a steady, unbroken red, like a recording light. You probably have one of those little plastic discs somewhere above you too. Maybe it's right over your bed. Maybe it's in the hallway outside your bedroom door. Maybe it's in the living room, centered neatly on the ceiling like a white, unblinking eye. When this story ends, and the video rolls its credits, and the narrator tells you to like and subscribe or whatever, your house will go back to sounding like itself. The fridge will keep humming. The HVAC will cycle. The pipes will knock. The car doors outside will slam. Your own breathing will settle into whatever rhythm sleep or anxiety gives it. Somewhere in that mix. If you have listened long enough, there might be a new sound. Not loud, nothing dramatic, just the faintest suggestion of another breath finding the spaces between yours. The slightest extra tick in the plastic shell above you, a little crack in the bone of your skull, you will mistake for a headache. Ellis used fire to buy us time. I used it to pretend I was in control. Whatever is breathing in my skull now does not need fires or gates anymore. It just needs someone to listen long enough to learn the shape of theirs.